For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life,
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 8 o'clock.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Welcome in on another edition of On the Rise with Derrick Geyer and Mike Napolitano. Also, a very happy new year. How you doing, Mike?
Pretty good. How about yourself? New Year was good.
New Year is good. I believe the station here at WRMN AM 1410 is having a very happy new year. With that being said, I think I'm going to do this right now, and you might get a little feel for what I'm talking about. You know, I'm not exactly sure why this is the song that was. I mean, you're a Chicago White Sox fan, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So tell me why Journey and Don't Stop Believin' is like part of the Chicago White Sox lexicon.
It was just a year where everybody said, oh, well, they've never won it since, the early 1900s, and it's not going to happen. and you're on 88 years and counting. And so the fans just said, don't stop believing. It's going to happen. It's the White Sox are going to win the World Series. And they went wire to wire, which was, I think, kind of played a part in it.
Okay.
And then, when it comes to the postseason, they
So this was back in 2005 then?
2005, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
So this is like 19 years ago.
Yeah, it's going to be another 88 years until they win it. No. But then they went 11-1 in the postseason, and nobody thought that group could do something like that. In fact, that team wasn't really even built to do what they did. In fact, it was just a lightning in a bottle situation.
Okay.
So it was great. It was the one thing that we have as White Sox fans to cling on to. But here at WRMN, if you were not tuned in to the New Year's Eve into New Year's Day broadcast, little Dino's Night Out special, you missed the news. We've been keeping it under wraps for quite a time now, yeah. And
at least a few weeks.
We are officially able to come out and say that here at WRMN AM 1410, we are pleased to be partnered with ESPN 1000, Good Karma Brands, and most importantly, the Chicago White Sox. So that being said, what's going to happen is White Sox games will be broadcast simultaneously on ESPN 1000 and here at AM 1410 WRMN, making us partners with the Chicago White Sox. That's phenomenal.
I mean, okay, complete and total transparency on my part. I'm a Cubs fan.
Yeah.
However, I want good Chicago baseball.
Yeah.
I want. Well, okay, yes,
I don't know if you're going to get that from either side of town these days.
Yeah, this is true. However, I mean, to be partner with the Chicago White Sox,
yeah,
this is huge.
That's phenomenal. This station is already partnered with the Schaumburg Boomers, who we cover on this very show. So this is going to be another stepping stone in the Saturday sports department, including, of course, our show here at On the Rise, and then leading into Marcus's show, The Truth About Chicago Sports. So to have that kind of partnership in the summer with both, we are going to be the official radio home of the Chicago White Sox, or one of them. But, that's a huge, huge thing for both the station, the White Sox, and the fans of both WRMN and the White Sox themselves.
Excuse me.
No, you have nothing to excuse yourself about there, lady. No, we are being partnered with the Chicago White Sox. And I'm not exactly sure. I mean, this is all kind of still a work in progress.
Yeah,
Whether
details
it's
are going to be worked out, I believe, before the start of the season.
I don't know how many games that we're going to be carrying, whether it's going to be 80 games or 100 games. I mean, even if it's half a slate, I mean, it's still going to be pretty damn exciting. I'm excited because whether or not we're going to be covering, the pre game, the post game, those could be some very long days. But I mean, at the same time, it's still rather exciting because AM 1000 or ESPN 1000, their signal doesn't really reach all the way out here in Elgin. So by partnering with us, we're able to extend the broadcasting radius for the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, that is incredible. I am super excited for this. As you mentioned, we're not really sure that the details are being worked out. It sounds as though any of the games that are broadcast on ESPN 1000 are going to be here. But, of course, everybody knows, especially in the Chicago area these days, that there are certain blackout restrictions. and we know that pretty well on the TV side of things. So there's going to be some things ironed out. The schedule is out. I think it depends on whether or not the game is broadcast on a national level or not. But we'll be bringing you that news as we cross that bridge.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's a pretty feeling.
No. There's your whenever you're ready to say something other than shiatsu.
Yeah.
You have a button for it now.
I was
before they just had the bell.
Yeah. I was playing around with this on another show that I'm so sorry, Tammy, when I was running the board for you and I couldn't figure out, and it was just, I felt so bad.
Are those built in, or did you download them?
No, I'm looking at them all right now. I mean, I could even do a juicy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll wake you up.
I mean, this a whole lot of classy now, buddy.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about the Chicago White Sox.
I mean, I am such a
loser.
Yeah.
Even if they win 20 more games than they did last year, they would still be a 100-loss team. So it is still going to be a rough season for the White Sox, but nonetheless, we are going to be thrilled to be able to bring you that coverage. Like Derrick said, it might be a pre-game show or a post-game show. One thing I had not considered when I first heard this news was the fact that the ESPN 1000 broadcast has Connor McKnight on it, and we're going to get a chance to work with him and many other names in the ESPN 1000 family and Chicago sports industry. That's going to be huge. I didn't think about that. I just thought, we're going to be covering the White Sox, but to be able to shake hands with some of those people and talk to them. He called into the New Year's Eve special, and that was when I first. I think my mom could even tell you we were in the car and I was coming back from the Winter Classic, and we're going to get to that. But I was listening to the broadcast, and all of a sudden they're like, "We're bringing in Connor McKnight," and I was like, "Whoa, okay, all right, this is pretty cool." So
not only that, but then they also let the cat out of the bag that we'll also be covering March Madness as well.
Yes, and I think we're going to have Nick Johnston, our fantasy football guru, kind of bring you some of that information. I mean, of course, Derrick and I will be covering it as well. So will Marcus, I'm sure, on the Truth About Chicago Sports. But when it comes to March, it's going to be very busy for myself, Derrick, and the whole WRMN crew here. So I'm going to look to see if we can bring Nick in for those reasons. Because once fantasy's over, I think people are thinking, well, what is Nick's role going to be with the show? We're still going to have him around. He's still working with the Windy City Bulls, and in the summer it'll be with the Chicago Dogs. So we're going to see if we could bring him around to give us some insider information on both organizations and also that March Madness stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Now, since we've been on the air, I believe this is like either our 18th or 19th week.
Something like that. We started in September.
On the rise.
Yeah, that's about right.
So, I mean, did you expect to be, here, not this week in January, the first week of January, but next week, when we're going to be talking with live on air, Charlie Roumeliotis, of WGN 720, pre and post Blackhawks games?
Yeah, I've been in talks with Charlie, and to let that cat out of the bag as well, we will have Charlie Roumeliotis on this very show next Saturday at 8. And then at 9, it's going to be a jam-packed episode, and you're not going to want to miss it. At 9, we will have the commissioner of the Frontier League of Professional Baseball. That is the same league as the Schaumburg Boomers. That is Steve Tahsler. So it is going to be an incredible episode. 2 interviews, both a half an hour each. We have 2 hours here to work with.
I wonder, do you think we could get a basketball guy on?
I don't know if we want to do 3 interviews in one.
Hey, why
show,
not?
Just because we have to bring.
Oh, what? You don't want to shoot your wad all over the place?
No, well, what I'm saying is I just want to be able to bring some actual stats to the show as well, and bring the recap of the week. We will be doing that with Charlie. We'll talk Blackhawks.
You are the stats guy. With
the commissioner of the Frontier League, Steve Tahsler. We will probably preview the season, but I think we'll be able to take the other 2 segments that we have on this show and recap. We've got Wolves, Ice Hogs, Steel, Windy City Bulls, and actual Chicago Bulls. And, that's also, of course, whatever Marcus doesn't get to, what we'll lead into the truth about Chicago sports with. But maybe we spread it out a little bit. I was even looking to just do maybe 1 interview a week, but it's the timing of when both gentlemen are able to come on and talk to us. So that is fine with me. I am super excited. I don't know about you. This is huge. And to answer your initial question, did I think we would be here in January?
I mean,
yes and no. Like I had high expectations for us, and shoot for the moon, you fall and land in the stars or the clouds or whatever is the saying. But I wanted us to get to that level, and the fact that we're getting to that level all at once here is phenomenal. With the partnership with the White Sox and Connor McKnight and ESPN 1000, and then also all of our connections that we have now with the Blackhawks, we're going to bring you some incredible personalities. And in the hockey world in general. I mean, we have some Wolves.
Are you saying that I'm not an incredible personality?
Yeah, basically. That's what
thanks.
No. We should get into some of that hockey at the moment.
Well, why don't we take a quick break, and we will hit that on the other side.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now. to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
The new novel, titled DUI Jury Trial, is the true story of two lawyers who defend a truck driver who is charged with DUI. If he's convicted, this truck driver faces a lifetime disqualification of his commercial driver's license, which would prevent him from ever driving a truck again. This 3-year legal battle culminates in a courtroom showdown, which involves the testimony of a DUI expert witness. This book, DUI Jury Trial, is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
You're listening to On the Rise with Mike Napolitano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
And welcome back to On the Rise with your host, Mike Napolitano and Derrick Geyer. How you doing, Mike?
Good. Let's get into some hockey. It was a busy week here in Chicago with the Winter Classic and all of the festivities that come with it. So first and foremost, starting off last Sunday, the Blackhawks did have a game, but before that, I was at the Spit and Chicklets live show. That was at the Riviera Theater.
Making it all about you again.
Well, you know, I was there, so I might as well cover all these events, and it was an exciting week, I will say.
Oh, I can only imagine.
It's
Thanks
very,
for the invite, by the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, it's very interesting how, you know, you could go your entire 26-year life, never be in the same room or presence as Wayne Gretzky, and then you're in like the same room as him 3 days in a row.
Hold on, I'm sure I've got a drop for that.
Little bump.
No one cares!
Oh, that's a good one, actually. Yeah. That's pretty good. So, yeah, Spit and Chicklets Live was phenomenal. They had announced that Chris Chelios, Jeremy Roenick, and Tim Stapleton, who's technically my cousin.
Wait, hold on. Holy.
Yeah, exactly. All three of those were the announced guests.
Like a little kid with this.
Of course, with including Paul Bissonnette, Ryan Whitney, the usual hosts of the show itself, Mike Grinnell, and then the Game Notes is their spin-off podcast. So Matt Murley and Colby Armstrong, also former NHLers. They also brought out Keith Yandel, which was awesome. He's starting to have a more mainstay position on the show. But when they brought out Keith Yandel comes out and he says, you know, oh, well, I hope you guys don't mind if I bring a friend out here. You know, he's kind of a local guy. I kind of found him off the street. He just happened to be here. And next thing you know, they bring out on stage the Wayne Gretzky. I was like, whoa, this is incredible. So that was a fun show. I was super excited. Lastly, in that show, they brought out Glenn Healy, who is the executive director and president of the NHL Alumni Association. So he talked about helping the alumni, especially post-career. You know, some guys, everybody thinks they make millions of dollars and then they're good for life, but some guys struggle with It maybe even monetarily, but they have other struggles in life as well, and they make sure through the Alumni Association that those guys are taken care of. So
one of the most common things that I've heard of is like once they go ahead and hang up the skates, or basically anyone in professional sports, they retire, and then all of a sudden it's like they miss or they don't have a purpose anymore.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of what Spit and Chicklets podcast does is give some of these guys purpose, whether it is, the guys themselves who have retired and are now hosting the podcast, or, encouraging others to start their podcast or write their own book or tell their story in some fashion. And then also just, giving guys a platform, and come on. And like I said, if they're not going to write their own book or start their own podcast, they can get interviewed and tell their own story and stay connected to the hockey world. And through that podcast, there have been a number of jobs, through the NHL. You hear a guy speak on this podcast and all of a sudden, hey, I think I like him for head coach or, scout or GM or, you name it. These guys are creating opportunities for the entire hockey world. And I mean, look at the podcasting world, how much it has blown up, and especially in the hockey world. Yeah. And a big part of that is, whether you like it or not, because of Spit and Chicklets and Barstool Sports. Many say that they're not a real sports source, or, maybe they're a little bit too much locker room talk or boys talk. But you know what? At the end of the day, they're an entertaining program, whether it's your cup of tea or not. And they're bringing a whole new aspect to the world, not just the hockey world,
Well, no. And taking it from an outsider's perspective, because the closest that I got to, any professional sporting thing was going to the games, or maybe even, playing college baseball. Okay. But when you're growing up and you're looking at these athletes, you're looking at them like they're gods, more or less. I mean, you're looking at them like they're idols and everything. I mean, I know I was like that with Ryan Sandberg, of the Chicago Cubs, Jim McMahon for the Chicago Bears, those guys. But I mean, geez Louise, they're average. Well, they're not average people. They are people.
Yeah.
And, you never take into account of like, okay, they're like a millionaire. Oh, so they must have the world on a string. So everything's going right for them. They don't have any problems. It's not like, unfortunately, with Sandberg back in the day where, a teammate is sleeping with his wife. And in the off season, it's either Sandberg or the teammate, and they decided to keep Sandberg. I mean, those are issues. I mean, back in 2016, 2017 or whatever, when it came out with Ben Zobrist.
Yeah.
That unfortunate stuff. And right. I mean, so they go through divorces, they go through, deaths in the family, they go through, having children, raising a family, and they do it under the microscope. Yeah. So it's never really took into account all of that stuff that they deal with. They just do it on a more magnified level. So with that being said, I mean, geez, Connor Bedard, 19 years old.
Yeah, and look at what already happened to him last year.
Oh, I know,
those
right.
rumors. So
right.
I think people forget about it now, but, that it still happened. And like you said, it's still under a microscope. So it's tough on these guys. So
sorry to interrupt with that, but please continue.
I love the interjection. I think it's great. I think, when we can banter like this, it's good for both the show and our conversation here as well. And our conversation is going to carry on with the Blackhawks. They did have a game that night. There's not really anything to report. They lost to Dallas. It was a 5-1 scoreline. I did not go to the game. Decided to just head home after the Spit and Chicklets show, and I think that was the best decision there. But then there was a whole slew of other events going on that week leading up to the Winter Classic, and I have more of that information for you right here on the Rise. You are listening to AM 1410 WRMN, the talk of the town. Yes. I've got more Winter Classic Blackhawks news for you right here when we return.
Yeah, and you could also catch us live on WRMN1410.com Listen to us on the WRMN app, TuneIn, Smart Speaker. If you want to call us in or text, the studio line is 847-931-1410. The text line is 505-926-1410. Or if you want to catch us on YouTube Live, that is youtube.com/WRMN.com.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I like a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/olderadults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
You never know what or who you'll hear from on the first shift with me, Marky B. Like Tim Sconing, a WRMN news reporter back in the 1960s.
The jingles you all play, they were purchased by Dick Sutter. He was at some radio convention. He came back with this reel. I remember them playing that in the studio. We were so excited. We thought we were network now. And it's the same jingles today.
That's great.
Every time I hear them, I get excited about it.
I'm sure.
It's a lot of fun.
Fun times on the first shift, right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Are you 18 to 24 looking for a hands-on job leading to a career? Have you considered manufacturing? BCS, Business and Career Services, can help. The Manufacturing Careers Internship Program helps you gain work experience while earning money. You will obtain OSHA safety and forklift certifications. At BCS, there's also job placement and retention support. All services are free. BCS has locations in Cook and Kane County. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 224-545-0765. BCS, strengthening communities, building careers. Accepting applications now. 224-545-0765.
You're currently listening to On the Rise with Mike Napolitano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to AM 1410 WRMN. I am Mike Napolitano alongside Derrick Geyer here on the Rise. We have more hockey news to get to. Lots more hockey news, whether it be the Blackhawks or also the Wolves, Ice Hogs, Steel, and then we also have a little bit of World Juniors news to get to. Not to mention, you have the
Canada got beat.
Yeah, oof, we're gonna get into that.
That was a thing, wasn't it?
That was interesting. That was not something I think anybody predicted, but
yeah, but the way that they got it, ooh,
yeah, even worse. But before we jump into that, we have to talk about the Canadian boy. I have the headphones on, so it is a little rough here. Hold on. Do I look like Bedard yet? As Bedard came out onto that ice on Tuesday, looking like an absolute stud.
Off that train?
Yeah, off the blue line. No, red line? Red line that goes right by the
line,
yeah, so we actually thought about taking the train down that day and decided against it. And darn, I would have been on the same train as Bedsy, but it's okay. It's all right. There's some more happenings that were going on in the week.
Yeah,
Monday
but do you
night,
realize that, after that Dallas game, that the Blackhawks dropped 4 in a row?
Yes.
That they lost by 4 goals for 4 games in a row?
I hadn't even thought about that. That's a
and
good
that's
point.
like the first time that's happened in quite some time.
Yeah.
And that was brought up on...
not all of those games. Well, so they lost 4 in a row. Calgary game was a 6-4 loss. Then Minnesota was a 4-3 loss. So they lost by 2. They lost by 1.
Oh, so then I'm talking about then the 4th game being the Winter Classic.
Yeah, so the three games in a row that they had lost.
A little ahead of myself, but still kind of correct. And
we're all by 4 goals.
Yeah, that's a little rough.
6-2 to Buffalo. I still can't get over that one. That was last week. We talked about that. I was candid with you last week. I was sick through that game, so I woke up to the news that the Blackhawks lost 6-2. I couldn't even tell you what went wrong in that game. I usually can if I've seen the game and if I've analyzed it, but to 6-2 to Buffalo, any team in this league can win on any given night. Unless you are the Blackhawks, because, when they give their best effort, they still fall short most of the time. We'll change that narrative pretty shortly here, but
which is really surprising because their penalty kill has been good, their power play has been good.
I don't know if this is still the case, and I believe I mentioned it a couple weeks ago.
How is it?
They had a top 10 penalty kill and a top 10 power play in the league.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still the case. Don't quote me on that. I haven't looked at those numbers recently, but they were top 10 in both categories and still the 32nd best team in the league at the complete bottom of the standings. That's incredible to me that they fell that far from grace, really. And I understand a lot of this league now is how well you can play 5-on-5, because both teams are going to get their power play opportunities as long as you can, hold off the other team for a decent amount. But it's tough on the man advantage or when you're a man short. But 5-on-5 is crucial in this league, and that just shows you that the Blackhawks cannot play 5-on-5 hockey this year.
That's pitiful. I mean, it's absolutely pitiful. Pitiful.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, pitiful is correct. Before we jump into the actual Winter Classic itself, there were a couple more events going on in Chicago. I'm going to talk about this maybe more next week when we talk about the Winter Classic with Charlie Roumeliotis. I know Blackhawks fans, NHL fans even more so, are tired of having the Blackhawks in outdoor games or the Winter Classic in and of itself, especially with the fact that the Blackhawks, spoiler alert, are 0-5 in Winter Classics, 1-6 in outdoor games all time. But I didn't get to see this beforehand. I was a little too young. And in 2019, the Winter Classic was a little bit removed with it being in Indiana at Notre Dame Stadium.
Yeah.
But the amount of NHL stars and the events that are hosted in Chicago when an event like the Winter Classic comes to town. I mean, it is like a week-long party for these guys, but in a controlled, well, I'm sure after hours it's not as controlled. I wasn't there for any of that, but for the Blackhawks alumni and the NHL alumni and anybody that comes into town for this game, it is a week-long extravaganza, basically. So Yeah, I guess there's probably a lot of that, even at the events that I was at.
Okay, I won't do that one again. That was a little lackluster.
Yeah.
My bad, pointing the thumb.
Monday night was hockey night in Scottsdale at the hockey.
Like a little kid here.
The Hockey Barn Bar on Ogden. That is, if you're not familiar with Hockey Night in Scottsdale, it's a podcast with former Blackhawk Nick Schmaltz's brother, Jordan Schmaltz, who also played in the NHL. Most of the time of his was spent with the Blues, and I believe he was also on the Coyotes at some point. I know Nick Schmaltz himself is on the Coyotes, well, now the Utah Hockey Club.
So it's not
really Hockey Night in Scottsdale anymore.
Yeah,
but it was a fun one to see. Then
they didn't change the name to the Hockey Club in
Hockey Club in Utah. No, I don't think the podcast itself moved. I think they're actually still based out of Scottsdale, but they're still covering a lot of that stuff. The Black and Blue charity event was also that night, so we left the barn to go to this for a little while. That was a charity event for Troy Murray and Kelly Chase, who are both battling cancer. So that was an incredible a turnout for those two gentlemen, and they had an auction that all proceeds went to cancer research. They also just your admission into the door went towards funding any kind of research, and they were presented with a check by the end of the night for $25,000. So it was a phenomenal event. It included Darren Pang and Catherine Tappan kind of being the hosts of the evening. Chris Chelios also got up there and grabbed the mic for a little bit and addressed the people, but he was also on stage during the Q&A. They were telling stories alongside Jeremy Roenick, recent Hall of Famer. I saw both of those gentlemen, Chris Chelios and Jeremy Roenick, at the Spit and Chicklets event, but then they were here, so Sunday and Monday got a double dose. This time they were joined by Blackhawks legend Dennis Savard.
You weren't stalking him, were you?
I guess it must seem like I was. I was not trying to. I was just trying to enjoy the festivities like the rest of them.
I just wanted to make sure.
I didn't hound them for autographs or pictures or anything. I would have loved to if I had more time, but I was mostly there to just kind of take everything in. It was kind of one of those weeks where, part of you as a fan is like, oh, well, I'd love to get their autograph. I've gotten Jeremy Roenick's autograph and Chris Chelios' autograph, and not to say that I don't want it again.
But at the same time, you don't want to be like a pest.
And I didn't want to walk into the House of Blues with a whole backpack full of stuff and markers and stuff, and even just pictures. I was hesitant to even, not that I was nervous or anything.
Right.
I did get a chance to talk with Pat Foley. He gave me some of the best.
How is Pat Foley doing?
He's incredible. He's great. He looked great anyways, and we were talking for a little bit. He had given me the best advice that I had ever gotten going into broadcasting. When I told him that I wanted to be a broadcaster, he said, say yes to everything. Do everything.
Yeah.
Just, whether it's behind the camera, in front of the camera. So I told him that. I said, you had given me this advice. I'm proud to say that I think I'm actually taking it, and trying to do everything possible. And he said, that's great. So
you're kind of like on the rise?
I'm on the rise. Yes. That's why I'm on this show until I'm not on the rise anymore. And then they kick me out of here. They say, get the heck out of the studio.
And you are listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN.
But Pat Foley, I asked him, I said, are you going to be at the Winter Classic tomorrow? Of course, you're in town. And, well, I'm sure he still lives here. But he was saying, yeah, in fact, I'm broadcasting it.
Really?
I didn't know he was jumping back on the microphone. I felt kind of dorky asking him, are you going to be at the game? So I looked at him and I said, oh, if you're broadcasting, I go, does that count as 40 years then? Because, he stopped at 39. So he chuckled and he goes, yeah, I guess it does then, So, that was great. Got a chance to talk with Troy Murray himself and ask how he's doing with his battle against cancer. And,
that's got to be a pain in the arse.
He's quick to jump off that topic and focus on other things and be selfless. He's a very selfless person. But great to get a chance to meet him and see him again. But also joining them on the stage was Al McInnes, former Blues legend, hardest slap shot. I did get a chance.
Was.
But
back in the day, I mean, 101 mile an hour. That's pretty hard.
I did corner him on his way out because another thing too with all these.
Please tell me you didn't get into some fisticuffs.
No.
Not that kind of corner.
I would have lost. You would have seen a black eye here if I would have gotten to fisticuffs even with these retired guys.
It's amazing how they're able to fight on skates.
Yeah,
and then you want to be a jabroni and an idiot off the ice.
They would clobber me off.
I mean, some chump wanted to do that against Stu Grimson in Vegas, and he got arrested for it, and Grimson just pummeled him. So anyway, please continue.
But McInnes, I mean, even though I'm not a Blues fan, I mean, he's a legend, and with a lot of the Blues personnel that was coming in, Wayne Gretzky, John Hamm, I should get to him. He was there as well, even though he didn't play for the team. He's, of course, a big actor and a big Blues fan, originally from St. Louis. I did want to try to get to talk to some of those guys because it's not every day that they're in town. You know, nothing against, you know, I'm not taking anything away from any of the Blackhawks alumni or stars, but I've met all of them quite possibly multiple times. And there's going to be other opportunities to get a chance to meet them too. So I was actually focused more on who wouldn't be the Wayne Gretzky and Al McInnes and that was great. John Hamm. The Stanley Cup was also in attendance. They brought that out and put that center stage.
What'd the cup have to say?
Not a whole lot. Very, very quiet.
Very quiet.
Just kind of took in the night. You know, everybody was talking about him instead.
Sure.
Him, her. I don't know. Well, It, yeah. Also coming out on stage but didn't get a chance to talk was Brian Bickle, former Blackhawks Stanley Cup champion.
How's Bix?
He looked pretty good. He looked good.
Nice.
And Paul Bissonnette and Ryan Whitney, Keith Yandel, the Chicklets boys were there again.
Nooner.
Brian Noonan was there. Reed Simpson, Glenn Healy again, and then as I mentioned, I got a chance to talk to Troy Murray. He was there once again. Also in attendance, but they didn't come out on stage, the GMs for both the Chicago Blackhawks and the St. Louis Blues, Kyle Davidson and Doug Armstrong. So
yeah, apparently Kyle Davidson had quite the words for his team after the Winter Classic.
Yeah, that was. I still don't have that confirmed. I'm pretty sure that we hear that from a good source. I think that came from the Spit and Chicklets podcast. But yeah, that leads me into the Winter Classic at Wrigley Field. The Fan Fest beforehand was in that one Cubs parking lot that they have. The one they don't really have too many parking lots, but
the half of one.
Basically, yeah. So
is it the police station down the block?
No, it was right on Addison and. I forget the cross streets. Was it Clark and Addison?
Clark and Addison.
Is that where that lot is?
Maybe Grace. You know
where that lot is?
Off of Grace.
Yeah, Grace. Yeah, it was off of Grace and Addison.
Grace, okay.
So that was fun.
Clark and Grace.
Clark and Grace. Sorry, yeah. We did get to see the latter half of the panel with Wayne Gretzky, Dennis Savard, and Darren Pang. And then pregame, we got into the stadium. We got to see the Smashing Pumpkins and Bedsy in warm-ups, looking all great, looking like an absolute stud, like I mentioned. He's got phenomenal style, is what the boys would say. Or I guess some kids these days would say he had aura out there.
Or the Riz.
Or the Riz. He had the Riz, yes. So that was great.
He could, no offense, Mike, he can pull it off.
Yeah, oh, yeah, wow. Okay. Okay, yeah, he can, you're right, he can pull it off.
I mean, you kind of look like, I think I said this before we went on air, you look like the guy that's wearing those fake glasses with the nose and the eyelashes and the mustache and all that stuff.
You done? You done? You done? Okay. Anyways, yeah, that was.
Wait, this is where you would call me a hole.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But like I said, we got in, we saw the warm-ups. It was a great atmosphere to begin with, especially with the Smashing Pumpkins coming out. And then the fireworks, they brought the flag out onto the ice. It was a giant flag that covered basically the entire ice surface. You had Jim Cornelison singing the anthem and pointing towards the flag at center ice. And then also when they say banner yet wave, usually in the United Center, the actual Star Spangled Banner starts waving due to the vents that they kick up in there. But also at this time it was, people holding the flag. So they just started shaking it. It was phenomenal. They had fireworks. They had a flyover. I mean, it was everything that you'd want out of an atmosphere like that. It's basically the NHL's Super Bowl, not talking about the Stanley Cup finals like that,
And Wrigley Field looked absolutely amazing.
I will say,
they did a hell of a job with it.
I was at the Winter Classic in 2019 in Notre Dame, and that was a great venue. It was an amazing display, but I will say Wrigley Field did look beautiful. It was awesome to see, and just the lineup of what they had out there on the field. I'm actually going to be back there today for more of the NCAA games. We were there last night.
I hope you brought your winter parka.
Yeah, we had 5.
It's a little cold.
5 layers on yesterday, and we still left a little early because it was a little chilly. Today it's going to be more like 10 layers.
So let me ask this, because all I really was able to see was inside of Wrigley Field. And how they did it up. How was it? How was the atmosphere, and how was the environment around Wrigley Field?
It was busy. I will say it felt like there were more Blues fans than Hawks fans. Maybe it was 50-50, but it's not too far of a drive up, and I think they had a feeling that their team was going to get this one.
Mm-hmm.
The outdoor Gallagher Way was all done up with the TNT broadcast, and then they also had a stage where they had a band playing. It was a country band, so I didn't stay. That's not my cup of tea, but like I said, they had the fan fest in the parking lot. People were walking around everywhere. Everyone had a jersey on, basically, so that was awesome. And so it was quite the time walking around in Wrigley. I will say, this is where I go back to my White Sox roots. That concourse, terrible. It is like a sardine can in there. Like there's no room to walk. There wasn't any room to walk last night during the NCAA games, and that wasn't even a packed house. And you need a wider walkway. You need more.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Yeah, no. I mean, I get Wrigley Field is a historic landmark and all. I prefer Fenway. That's just because Fenway, I didn't feel like a cramped, rolled up in a rug when I was walking through Fenway. Wrigley, oh man, yeah, it's tough to get around in there. I don't know how anybody does it, especially when everybody's busy drinking during the summer during a 9-inning baseball game. But regardless, it was fun until the Blues scored twice. That was 1 minute and 40 seconds into the game, and the man who was playing in his 1,000th game, Cam Fowler, puts the Blues on the board with his second of the year, and that was on the power play. That was assisted by Buchnevich and Thomas. And then the Blackhawks take another penalty almost halfway through the first period, and Jordan Kyrou gets his 16th of the year, also on the man advantage. So very quickly, it is 2-0 St. Louis. That was assisted by Jake Neighbors and Dylan Holloway. Taylor Hall helps the Blackhawks get on the board with his 8th of the year on the power play. So all 3 goals in this one thus far, power play goals, and that helped cut the Blues lead in half. That was a beautiful shot off the pads from Donato, and then the rebound finds Taylor Hall. But in the second period, that was entirely owned by the Blues with goals from Justin Falk, Dylan Holloway, and again from Cam Fowler, the 1,000-game man. All 3 of those were 5-on-5 goals. So you go from having three power play goals to 3 5-on-5 goals. Tyler Bertuzzi scored 11:15 into the third period on the power play to make it a 5-2 game, but at that point, the air and the energy was sucked out of the building, other than Let's Go Blues chants, which I promptly responded with, of course, the Let's Go Hawks chants, which were a little bit disconnected during the day. I don't know what Blackhawks fans were doing.
It kind of seemed that way.
Every single time the Let's Go Blues chants would start up, it seemed like Blackhawks fans wanted to fill the negative space with the Blackhawks Let's Go Hawks chant. And then also there were a bunch of Blackhawks fans that were trying to talk over the Let's Go Blues chant. So it was everybody saying Let's Go, and then half the crowd saying Blues, half the crowd saying Hawks, there's only 2 halves, but another portion of the crowd was just waiting till the Let's Go Blues stopped, and then they would go Let's Go Hawks. It was disconnected. It felt weird. And so I just resorted to the Blues chants, Can't say that one on radio, but, I didn't appreciate them invading like that. But yeah.
Kind of to be expected, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is.
That Bertuzzi goal was assisted by Jones and Bedard, so Bedard does get a point on the day. But 5:03 later, and Alexander Texier puts the punctual 6th goal in for the Blues to solidify the loss for Chicago. When you look at the stats in this one, the Blackhawks pretty much led the Blues in every single category and just did not look like it on the ice, could not get the job done. They outshot the Blues 30-28. The only portion that they didn't lead in was the faceoffs. The Blues won 52.7%, so it was still fairly even. You had the Blackhawks converting on half their power plays, the Blues 2/3. The Blues were in the box a little bit more than the Hawks even were. They had 15 minutes in penalties to the Blackhawks 13. The Blues did out-hit the Blackhawks 20-17. They had one more block shot, but the Blues had more giveaways. However, they did have more takeaways. So, this Blackhawks team struggled to get the job done following this game. Jason Dickinson had some comments. He said, quote, "A lot of thoughts run through your head. You wonder what's going on. What can I do more of? How can I help move this along? Because you feel like things were changing, and now all of a sudden it feels worse than it ever has. And it's probably because there was hope. There was a reason to be excited about what we were doing. And all of a sudden it's now been 3 embarrassing losses. And I don't know what the answer is exactly." End quote. That was per Charlie Roumeliotis, who we will be talking to next week here on the show, so stay tuned. But Jason Dickinson referring to the 3 embarrassing losses, the 3 4-goal deficits in a row, but that marked 5 games in a row that the Blackhawks had not won a game. And it was on the biggest stage. It was on the national stage when you take into account how the Winter Classic is not only viewed, but it's promoted to the entire hockey world. I will say, though, and I was looking at some numbers last night, this Winter Classic was the lowest watched Winter Classic in history, not even eclipsing 1 million viewers. At times, I think it did hit above 1 million, but
it's not really surprising, though.
The numbers really averaged around 992,000 in viewership, and that's, of course, not including the 40,900 and some that were in the stadium.
And I'm not even surprised by that because, I mean, let's face it, the Blackhawks, they haven't had a good run over the last couple of years. The St. Louis Blues, they haven't had a good run over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised that the only fan bases that were watching it were the Chicago Blackhawks and the St. Louis Blues.
Yeah, I mean, you have these 2 markets that, they have a rivalry, but it is a repeat Winter Classic. These 2 teams played each other at Busch Stadium in 2017. The Blues won that one too. Newsflash: the Blackhawks, like I said, are 0-5. The Blues are actually 3-0 in Winter Classics. They are undefeated. I don't know if they're undefeated in outdoor games. I did see, though, that they are undefeated in Winter Classics. But, I mean, low totals. You have these 2 teams that, like you said, are struggling to make it back into the playoffs. The Blackhawks are rebuilding. And really, there just wasn't a whole lot of excitement around this game, despite having, quote-unquote, a big market like Chicago. I think people are just tired of seeing Chicago in the Winter Classic. And I think Blackhawks fans are a little bit, too. But we'll get into all the in-depth Winter Classic stats. I didn't want to take up yet another segment here, but we have more to get to when it comes to the Blackhawks front. But I promise you, we are going to get into some of your Bulls news, as well as Ice Hogs, Wolves, Steel, and also World Juniors. Stay tuned right here with us on WRMN AM 1410. You're listening to On the Rise.
This is Larry Jones. and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
And welcome back to On the Rise with your host, Mike Napolitano and Derrick Geyer. You're listening to WRMN 1410 AM, the talk of the town. Up after us from the 10 to 12 hours, the truth about Chicago sports with Marcus Mack. 12 to 1, it's Chief Guard of the Republic. 1 to 2, it is the Jeff Michaels Show. And from 7 to 9, the CD Showcase with Court Stevens. If you want to be a part of the show, text in at 505-926-1410. Or if you want to call in and talk some sports with us, it is 847-931-1410. How about we wrap up this hockey?
Absolutely. We got a little bit more Blackhawks Winter Classic news to get to. Of course, we mentioned that they did not win. It was a 6-2 final. And going into some of the history, as I said, the Blackhawks are now 0-5 in the Winter Classic, 1-6 in outdoor games in all time. First Winter Classic for the Blackhawks was the second Winter Classic all time. That was at Wrigley Field as well. That was on January 1st of 2009. That was against Detroit. That was a 6-4 loss to the Red Wings. That was with those black and cream jerseys. The second game the Blackhawks played outdoors was the Stadium Series at Soldier Field against Pittsburgh on March 1st of 2014. That was a 5-1 Chicago win. That was those all-black jerseys with the glossy head. And then on January 1st of 2015, that was at Nationals Park. The Blackhawks faced off against the Washington Capitals. That was a Winter Classic. The Blackhawks lost 3-2. Those were the white normal-headed jerseys with the lower red tomahawks on the elbow. That was when Troy Brouwer stuck the dagger into Blackhawks fans and scored that third goal with just seconds left on the clock to give Washington the win when everybody thought we were going to get some overtime. Then moving forward into 2016, that was February 21st that the Blackhawks played at TCF Bank Stadium against the Minnesota Wild in the Stadium Series. That was a 6-1 loss to Minnesota. Those were those white and black jerseys. They had the lower tomahawks, the big numbers on the back so you could see it from the stands, and the 4 Chicago stars on the collar. I really liked those. Then on January 2nd of 2017, because there was a Centennial Classic held on the 1st, the Blackhawks played the Winter Classic at Busch Stadium against St. Louis. That was a 4-1 loss there to St. Louis. Those were the retro-headed white jerseys. That was with the tomahawks lowered on the sleeve as well. I'm starting to notice a pattern that they bring the tomahawks down from the shoulder for all these Winter Classic and outdoor jerseys. Then 2019 was at Notre Dame Stadium. I was in attendance for that one. I was against Boston. That was a 4-2 loss to Boston, but those were those beautiful white and black jerseys. And unfortunately, the Blackhawks didn't get the win in them. And then you flash forward to this one on December 31st of 2024. That was another confusing thing that I think many fans with the low viewership, I think nobody was paying attention because of the fact that it's not really a full holiday, New Year's Eve. No. You know, some people don't have the day off. They're still coming home from work when this game's starting at 4 o'clock Central Time. And also the fact that this is technically the second Winter Classic of 2024. Because every other year it was on the 1st, January 1st. So you already had one this year, January 1st, 2024, between the Seattle Kraken and the Vegas Golden Knights. Now you have the 2024 Winter Classic. Well, you already had that. This is the second 2024 Winter Classic. Even myself, when I was looking up information, you type in 2024 NHL Winter Classic, you'd see the 4-0 Kraken victory at T-Mobile Park in Seattle. So, I mean, this just wasn't marketed well. I understand the NHL wanted to avoid a lot of the bowl games that were happening and not conflict with college football on January 1st. And I think going forward, this is going to be the new norm, is that the Winter Classic's probably going to be held on New Year's Eve going into the holiday, because then they also got the chance to kick off the new year, which that didn't make sense to me either, because by the time the game was over, it was still only like 8 o'clock Central Time. They were showing clips of around the world, places that had already gotten into 2025, but okay, Like, you're not going to have this big fireworks show at 8 o'clock and then wait again and then do it at midnight.
Yeah. This is one of the things that the three other sports don't seem to really understand or get. NFL football, or the NFL, I mean, they're big. They're taking over. They say we want Christmas, they're doing Christmas games. They want Christmas Eve, they're taking Christmas Eve games.
We just talked about LeBron James saying, "Oh, Christmas is the NBA's time."
We
No,
talked
it's
about that
not.
last week. But what I mean is like, you know what? If you want to get your viewership out there, you stake a claim to something. You just don't, kowtow to college football or NBA basketball, whatever. You do what you want to do. You're a big time, big sport. Do it on New Year's Day.
Yeah, I mean, there was a year when there was, I believe it was 2013, when the lockouts all happened, and the NHL playoffs were at the same time as the NBA playoffs, like round for round, same scheduling, and typically NHL gets a little bit dragged out, so the NBA finals happen sometimes before the Stanley Cup final, so you don't have both championships going on both times. Yeah, and the only reason I remember this was because the Blackhawks were streaking at the same time that the Cavaliers were streaking in the regular season. So
was that the second time or second coming with the LeBron Cavaliers?
I believe so.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, you had both teams, and I believe LeBron and Patrick Kane were tweeting at each other. So, you had this coincided, almost symbiotic relationship between the two leagues. And there's a lot of that with the NBA and NHL because a lot of times they share arenas and they share ideas, and whatever works for one league usually works for the other.
Yeah.
But, you do like to have some staggered times and some staggered dates so that people can only watch your thing. But that at that time, the Stanley Cup final that year between the Blackhawks and the Bruins was one of the most watched Stanley Cup finals in history. And it wasn't just me saying that as a Blackhawks fan. I mean, it was genuinely exciting. You had two original 16s. You had the action between the scoring and the heavy hitting, all that kind of stuff. And yet, now they're going to say, oh, well, we can't schedule things at the same time as other sports because people won't watch. People will watch if the product that you're putting out there is exciting. And Blackhawks versus Blues on New Year's Eve, not super exciting unless
right
you're
now,
in the building.
least.
Yeah.
Not right now, at least.
So,
which kind of sucks to say.
Yeah.
Because everyone in Chicago wants a winner.
Yeah.
We want a winner. It doesn't matter if it's
I don't
the White
care
Sox.
what team it is.
Yeah.
At this point, just somebody.
Oh, yes, you do.
No,
You don't want the Cubs to have a winner.
No, I say that, and I genuinely don't care. I just want to see some kind of winning sport here in Chicago. Maybe the Maybe the 2025 calendar year will bring about something different because after the Blackhawks supposedly were reamed in the locker room by GM Kyle Davidson for the poor performance.
Yeah.
And you heard a lot of those quotes coming out. I believe Taylor Hall had some quotes as well.
Connor
you heard
Bedard.
Nick Foligno ahead of last night's game talking about how, we're going to play a new brand of hockey. It's going to be Blackhawks hockey. I think the message has been sent to this Blackhawks team. Thanks for not doing that before the Winter Classic. It should have been a big enough stage where the message and everything that was on the line should have been there for them to play even harder before that.
Yeah. Well, even I believe it was Maroon, and I'm paraphrasing here. He had said and this is a guy that's won 3 Stanley Cups.
Yeah, back to back to back too.
Yeah, and he's won 3 Stanley Cups. And for the guys in the Chicago Blackhawks locker room, this is their Stanley Cup. This is their one big game, circle it on the calendar game that they looked forward to. And they
What else do they have to look forward to? There's no playoffs for this Blackhawks team. Yes.
Bad.
There's no playoffs. Not this year, at least. I just don't understand why the urgency wasn't there beforehand. Can I have my money back for my tickets that I bought, if that's the case?
Hey, but at least they came out last night.
And they did. And so we can say in the 2025 calendar year, the Blackhawks are undefeated. I wish the Bulls shared that sentiment here so that we could say Chicago is undefeated in 2025. Savor it while you can, but unfortunately...
Yeah, but we kind of want the Bulls to lose.
Not the case.
I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Here, why don't we listen to this?
54 seconds left in the power play. Here's Jones, tip back. Teravainen takes a look. Bedard switches spots. He takes a pass. Back over to Teravainen. Jones. Bedard surveys to the top of the circle. Teravainen. Jones loaded up. Pass in front. Bertuzzi scores. He tucks it into the power play, and it's 1-0 Hawks.
And that was courtesy of NHL.com. I mean, if there's anyone that's been on a roll as of late, it's Bertuzzi.
Yeah, surprisingly. He actually leads the team in goals. I take back everything I said about Bertuzzi.
I know. 12 goals? Now I think 13?
We've talked about on this show, and I've heard it from CHGO's Blackhawks, so it's not an original idea of myself, but it's a good point, is Bertuzzi is going to get goals when you can place him in front of the net.
Yep.
And the Blackhawks just don't get a whole lot of opportunities to get him placed in front of the net. First of all, it would require offensive zone time, which the Blackhawks rarely can sustain. But you just heard from that clip, it was a 5-on-3 power play goal that Bertuzzi was able to just plant himself in front of the net, get the Blackhawks on the board to start the game. Before that even, though, the talk of the night, of the evening, was that the Blackhawks recalled Colton Dach and assigned Joey Anderson to Rockford on Thursday. Colton Dach making his NHL debut against his brother, former Blackhawks third overall pick, Kirby Dach, who now plays for the Montreal Canadiens.
So the doctors were in the house.
Yes. So they took a picture before the game during warm-ups, and Kirby had a couple of nice things to say about his brother after the game, but of course was lamenting on the fact that it would have been nicer to win the game for Montreal, but the Blackhawks break their 5-game losing streak. The skid ends at 5, and the Blackhawks get a 4-2 win over the Montreal Canadiens. You had 2 goals from Captain Nick Foligno. You had the one that you heard from Bertuzzi. With the points that Connor Bedard got in this game, he has now moved into second place all-time amongst Blackhawks teenagers with points. He passed Kane, who had 94 points as a teenager. That's 29 goals and 65 assists in 99 games. Bedard has 129 points. I'm sorry, that's Eddie Olczyk. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Bedard has 95 points with 32 goals and 63 assists in 107 games. So it did a little later than Patrick Kane, but still impressive nonetheless. Eddie Olczyk has 129 points. That's 49 goals and 80 assists in 149 games. So can you imagine when Connor Bedard gets to 149 games, he may be passing up the Eddie Olczyk as well for most points as a Blackhawk teenager. So that's incredible.
That'll be nuts.
Alec Martinez was still out of this game with the neck injury. He's still listed as day-to-day. Connor Murphy also sat this one with a groin injury. Still no word from Laurent Brossoit. But the Blackhawks will go back into action tomorrow against the Rangers. That'll be a home game at 2 p.m. You can catch that on ABC and ESPN. And then Wednesday, the Blackhawks continue this homestand against Colorado at 6:30 p.m. on TNT and Max. So 2 nationally broadcasted games following the week in which they lost a nationally broadcast game outdoors. Maybe the Blackhawks can keep this fire going and get some more wins, because then they will see Patrick Kane and the Red Wings next Friday in Detroit at 6 p.m. on NHL Network, which will be followed by our interview with Charlie Roumeliotis, who will talk a little bit about the Winter Classic and the state of the Blackhawks, possibly even that Detroit game if something big happens, and also lead into next Saturday night, which will be a 6 p.m. home game against the Edmonton Oilers and Connor McDavid on ESPN+. All other games are on Chicago Sports Network. All right, that's enough hockey talk for a while.
We're done doing that hockey.
We're done. So let's get into some Bulls talk. I finally brought that water bottle I said I would. So I don't know if I like drinking out of metal, though. It's a little metallic-y here, and not in the good band way, you know. The Bulls They resumed last Saturday against Milwaukee. I did get this bottle in a game against Milwaukee in which we covered where the Bulls were blown out basically all game. They lost by basically 20 points at home against the Bucks. Well, they found it. They found some way to beat the Bucks. The Bulls host Milwaukee again and get the job done this time. Unfortunately, I wasn't in attendance. Maybe I just have to stop going to these games and these teams will win. I don't know what it is. So
this is how I feel when the Bulls win a game.
Well, yes, I understand. I didn't know I was on diaper duty this morning.
Yeah.
I get that the Bulls should be probably tanking for a draft pick because they are sitting in this no man's land. They're 14-18 after this game, 5-11 at home. So it's still tough sledding for this Chicago basketball team.
They're going to make the play-in game again.
They're going to
make the play-in round. I don't understand. Trade them. Trade them all.
And then they followed that up with a win in Charlotte on Monday. Now, granted, it's the Hornets who are a tough team. Charlotte moves to 7-25 after this one. The Bulls 15-18, so creeping back towards mediocrity at best. They are 10-7 on the road. They're actually a better road team than at home, this Chicago Bulls team. Kobe White with a high of 23 points. That was following Josh Giddey's 23 points in that matchup against the Milwaukee Bucks. Okay. Another thing, too, is the Bulls lost by 20 points to a Giannis and Dameless Bucks team. Damian Lillard played in this game that the Bulls won. He had 29 points. That led the Bucks. 23 points led the Bulls. Make it make sense. They don't have as high of a scorer as the Bucks, but yet they can get the win over the Bucks. But when the Bucks don't have their top players and the Bucks don't outscore the Bulls for, a highest player point total, the Bulls lose by 20?
Hey, Mike, you want it to make sense? Nothing about our Chicago sports teams makes any bit of sense.
I hate it here. What did I say last week? I hate it here. Miles Bridges in that game against the Hornets, he made a three-pointer to force OT for the Hornets, but the Bulls get the win in OT and improve to 15-18. Yeah, that one took overtime, but 115-108, the Bulls get the victory. But they go right back to the inconsistency as the Bulls fall to the going into the game, 5-25 Washington Wizards, who were 4-13 at home, even worse than this Bulls team at home.
And they proceed to get blown out by 18 points.
125-107. The Bulls, as I just mentioned, are a better away team. They were 10-8 coming into this game against a team who hasn't even hit double-digit wins. They just played another team that hadn't hit double-digit wins, and it took overtime. Okay, granted, there was a fluke three-pointer at the end, but they can't beat the Wizards. Bulls fall to 15-19.
Maybe that's when I should have hit the crybaby.
Yeah, honestly. They still have some injuries going on. That's Torrey Craig,
unbelievable,
who has a leg injury and didn't play against the Wizards, and Ayo Dosunmu is still out with a calf injury. But this 15-9 record, like you said, Derrick, gets them into the play-in round if the season was to end today. The Bulls are sitting in 10th, the final spot of the 4 play-in rounds, or play-in round spots. That's 7 through 10, if you're not familiar with the NBA standings. They're playing 441 basketball. They're 15 games back from relevancy from the Cleveland Cavaliers.
What are you doing?
So,
sorry.
This Bulls team is just very confusing. And, of course, this whole week was big for them, too. Now, they didn't have an outdoor game at Wrigley Field. It wasn't the Winter Classic. But it's all leading up to Derrick Rose night. So there was a pop-up Derrick Rose shop in which you could go and get actual roses, flowers, which I thought was very interesting. In fact, Derrick Rose had the whole apron on, making different bouquets and stuff. People lined up around the block just to get a chance to get a bouquet, send it to somebody that they love or I said love or like. And then also, you got a chance to take a picture and meet Derrick Rose.
So how much was the bouquet? Like $100 then?
I don't know. It's probably super overpriced like anything else you'd get at one of these stadiums. That's another thing. That's Wrigley prices. Oh, God. Even at the NCAA games last night, I'm going broke. Anyways, this was all a distraction from the Bulls. Hey, look at our guy Derrick Rose, who played here a decade ago. Isn't he just great? Pay no attention to how terrible and inconsistent and below mediocre this Bulls team is, but just enough to stay relevant and not have a high draft pick. Don't pay any attention to what we're actually doing on the court. Why don't we celebrate Derrick Rose with Derrick Rose Night and all this pop-up shop event leading up to it, and pay attention to all that. Smoke and mirrors, folks. Smoke and mirrors. Also, tonight, against the New York Knicks at 7 p.m., is the most expensive Bulls game of the year. I think the cheapest tickets for standing room only were something like $200.
How?
Incredible. Because it is Derrick Rose Night, and it'll be broadcast on NBA TV. As I said, the New York Knicks will be in town, so that means Tom Thibodeau will be in attendance, Derrick Rose's former coach, former Bulls coach. There's no jersey retirement. This isn't what this is. There's still some people that are very... They don't believe that Derrick Rose's jersey should be retired because he didn't win a championship here. And
hey, but he had one MVP.
I mean, he had an MVP. He had a number of great years here in Chicago. The injuries riddled his body and really cut his career here in Chicago short, and his career as a whole, I think, short. But, I mean, there's just a T-shirt giveaway tonight. That's all you get. It's a T-shirt.
No one cares!
Exactly.
Except the people that are going to be at the UC, because for whatever reason, the Bulls are playing this mediocre brand of basketball, and everyone still shows up. And then you have the smoke and mirrors, what they're doing with the Derrick Rose Night and the T-shirt giveaway. And
can't wait for that T-shirt.
All of a sudden, it's just...
Can't wait to pay $200 for standing room only tickets. Not even get a seat, and have a T-shirt that says Derrick Rose on it, and get to see him honored but not retired.
No, they'll do that next year.
I mean, he is retired as a player, but
they'll do that next year.
Yeah, they'll milk it. They'll have two separate nights.
This is a precursor to see how well this is going to be received.
Yeah, and I'm not going to say that the Blackhawks are any better because they just had the Jeremy Roenick Hall of Fame Q&A night, but no retirement ceremony. Yet Lucas Reichel changes his number from 27 to 73, something very odd, and yet there's still no retirement ceremony for Jeremy Roenick. It'll come next year.
1 minute remaining in the period.
So, Derrick Rose and his son were sitting rinkside at the Winter Classic. That was pretty cool to see. There's a whole mic'd up video that you can go and watch their reactions from the corner glass in that one. But if you're not in attendance at the Bulls game tonight, you have other chances to see the Bulls this week. Monday will be another home game against the San Antonio Spurs at 7 p.m. Then Wednesday will be on the road in Indianapolis to face the Pacers at 6 p.m., followed by another game against the Washington Wizards. Maybe the Bulls can get it right this time around as they did with the Bucks. That will be Friday at 7 p.m. That is also the Bulls Pride Night, and that'll be a BMO Artist Series hat giveaway, probably, I believe, for the first 1,000 fans. It's presented by BMO. All other games will be on CHSN, so you can watch it on Chicago Sports Network.
Assuming that you have the actual hookup for it.
Yeah, true. So we have a little bit more basketball news to get to here, plus the hockey side of things. We have all pro amateur sports, what we're really here for on the Rise, coming up for you in the bottom half of the hour. You have Windy City Bulls, Ice Hogs, Wolves, some Steel Notes, and also, if we can fit it in, some World Juniors, because that is on the Rise. We are on the Rise here at WRMN. At the top of the hour, it'll be The Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus Max, so stay tuned for that. But you are listening to AM 1410 WRMN. I am Mike Napolitano. On the keys over here is Derrick Geyer, and we will talk to you in just a moment.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Are you unemployed, underemployed, or considering a career change? Or maybe you're looking to take your career to the next level? The Business and Career Services, located at 1400 South Wolf Road, Building 200 in Wheeling, Illinois, is here to help. As a nonprofit organization, BCS supports all aspects of career development, from personalized career coaching and resume help to interview prep and even funding for job training. We're your partner in navigating high-growth careers. And it's not just individuals who benefit. Businesses can also rely on BCS for recruitment support, training resources, and strategies to retain top talent. Whether you're looking to grow your career or business, BCS has the resources and expertise to help you succeed. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 847-484-8187. That's 847-484-8187. BCS, your future, our mission.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My Grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my Grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk, a message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
It's time for Christmas at Cantini, a time for laughter and joy, a time for cherished moments by coming together with the ones you love. Be awed by twinkling lights, feel the thrill of gliding on ice, and enjoy the cozy warmth of s'mores by the fire. Cherish the moments together this holiday season at Christmas at Cantini. Get your tickets at cantini.org. Sponsored by the Robert R. McCormick Foundation.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
This is On the Rise with Mike Napolitano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to On the Rise with Mike Napolitano. I'm Derrick Geyer, and you are listening to AM 1410 WRMN News Radio, Talk of the Town. One last 30 seconds here.
Yeah.
30 seconds, 30 minutes, 28 minutes, whatever.
30 minutes.
Yeah.
I hope. So, yeah, otherwise 30 seconds, that's not enough time to get through everything we still want to get through here. But we have a little bit of minor league news for you. We kind of left off with the Bulls not having a win here in 2025. Well, unfortunately, it's the same thing for the Windy City Bulls. They ended their 2024 on a sour note as well. That was a last Friday game. We left off talking about that they lost to the Delaware Bluecoats 116-97. Well, they did bounce back on the Saturday matchup with the Bluecoats. That was a 115-105 win. Monday's matchup, however, dropped Windy City back into the loss column with a 20-point loss to the College Park Skyhawks, the Atlanta Hawks farm system. And that was a 117-97 loss. Ooh, yikes. So it's been inconsistent for this Windy City Bulls team as well. Their first game of 2025 was last night in Now Arena against the Texas Legends. And they were just eked out in this game by 3 points, 98-95. And once again, the Windy City Bulls can't get the job done. Highest scoring player for this Windy City Bulls team pretty much consistently all year has been E.J. Liddell. But in this game, back down on the Windy City Bulls, Matas Bazelis, 21 points in this game. So the Bulls had sent him down to the G League. Maybe he'll get some more playing time there. Not really sure, like we said before, what this Bulls team is really doing. I mean, are you tanking? Are you pushing for a playoff spot because you're in the play-in rounds right now? Sending Matas down is good for his development, I guess, but I thought you wanted him to play more games.
Seasoning and everything.
More minutes on the actual Bulls. So,
yeah. And here's a highlight from that.
Be a focus of their offense tonight.
And then Bazelis gets on the board on his first touch.
Yeah, 21 points, first touch. Okay.
21 points.
Still lost.
He had 1 steal, 4 assists, 9 rebounds, which is great. 4 of those offensive, 5 defensive in his 34 minutes with Windy City last night. Unfortunately, Windy City is now 6-14 on the season. They do have a game tonight at 7 p.m. at home against those same Texas Legends. That is the Dallas Mavericks farm system, G League affiliate. So hopefully they will get a chance to redeem themselves against Texas tonight. It'll be a Bugs Bunny Toon Squad jersey giveaway for the first 1,000 fans because it is Space Jam night. So get on over there, get your tickets. Monday at 1 p.m., it's a matinee game. That'll be at home against the Grand Rapids Gold, the Denver Nuggets G League affiliate. And next Saturday, the homestand continues at 5 p.m. after a morning of On the Rise and the Truth About Chicago Sports with a matchup against the Greensboro Swarm. That is the Charlotte Hornets farm system. So the actual Bulls getting a chance to play Charlotte twice. No, sorry, I'm thinking about the Washington Wizards. They just played Charlotte, though. Now the Windy City Bulls will get a chance to play Greensboro. That is another themed night. That is the Chicago Bulls night. You can get a Kobe White bobblehead with a game-used jersey piece on the base of it for the first 1,500 fans. Also, if you buy through a special ticket offer straight on the Windy City Bulls website, you can get a 90s hat and a ticket for $30. Okay, that is our basketball news. We're going to jump back into hockey. We have the Ice Hogs and Wolves to cover. First and foremost, we left off with the Ice Hogs last Saturday in Iowa. Ice Hogs get the win 4-2 over the Iowa Wild. Those are goals from Paul Ludwinski, Cole Gutman, Landon Slaggert, and Colton Dock, who has since been brought up to the Chicago Blackhawks, making his debut last night. The Ice Hogs go 1 for 4 on the power play, 30 shots on goal compared to the Iowa Wild, who have 32 shots, and they go 1 for 3 on that power play opportunities that night. New Year's Eve, while the Hawks were getting blown out at Wrigley, the Rockford Ice Hogs were dropping that matchup with the Wild. So get a win over the Wild, then lose to the Wild. That was a 5-4 final. You did have goals, however, from Zach Sanford, Brandon Baddock, Colin Fitzgerald, and Colton Dock. So Dock really solidifying his chance to come up with the Blackhawks. But you did have an Iowa Wild hat trick from Gauntz, a natural hat trick too. I mean, a goal in the first, followed by 2 in the second. No goals scored in between. Actually, you know what? To be honest with you, I believe a couple of these Rockford goals were scored in the meantime. But as far as Iowa Wild goals go, Gauntz 3 in a row for this Iowa team. The Ice Hogs announced Friday that Gavin Hayes will miss 8 to 12 weeks due to a shoulder sprain, so that's an unfortunate hit for them.
Ooh.
Especially going into tonight's matchup. That'll be a 7 p.m. puck drop at the Allstate Arena for the 5th installment of the head-to-head rivalry with the Wolves. The Wolves won the first 3 meetings, 2 at BMO and the middle one at Allstate. That was scores of 3-2 and 4-0 back on 11-2 and 11-17. And then the Wolves also won 5-3 on 11-29. But then Rockford came back with a 6-3 win. That was, of course, with the help of a Jerry Mayhew hat trick. That was on December 1st at Allstate. So this will be the 5th installment. And then tomorrow at 3 p.m., that will be the 6th installment of this rivalry. So back-to-back games at Allstate for the Ice Hogs. All right. Get ready for this one. I don't know if you have a soundbite for this one. The Ice Hogs host the Texas Stars at 7 p.m. on Wednesday. The theme night is Wet Your Whistle Wednesday.
Wet Your Whistle Wednesday. Wet Your Whistle Wednesday. Wet Your Whistle.
You can get a ticket and 2 drinks for $20, thanks to media partner Power 106.3. But you must purchase through the website to get your Wet Your Whistle tickets. It's also a salute to Elvis night. So that's pretty cool. Wet Your Whistle Wednesday. Who approved this one? Really? I mean, they knew what they were doing. There was no hiding that at all. Wet Your Whistle Wednesday. Okay, anyways, then... yes. The soothing sounds of the rainforest.
It's about as close as I got to the wetting of the whistle.
Good. I don't know if we want to get any closer.
No.
Then there will be the same matchup against the Texas Stars on Saturday after another edition of On the Rise at 7 p.m. The Wolves side of things for the week, they did have a matchup against the Iowa Wild, but first they had Country Night last Saturday. That was against the Milwaukee Admirals. I know when we talked to Hannah on the interview last week, she was excited for that one, and she was probably even more excited for a Wolves victory. That was a 5-4 win. You had goals from Scott Brindamore. You had Riley Stillman scoring one, Austin Wagner, and 2 goals from Robitaille. So the Wolves defend their home against a tough Admirals team, and the Wolves improve to 16-10-2-0. The Admirals now 14-10-1-3. So the Wolves starting to surpass them. Thursday was also at the Allstate Arena. That was against the Iowa Wild. So as I said, the Wolves did have a game against Iowa. This was a tough start for the Wolves as they were down 1-0 after the first period. But they bounced back in this one and got the 3-2 victory. Goals from Austin Wagner and Alexei Haimosalami capped that one. And that means they head into tonight with a 7 p.m. game against the Ice Hogs at home with a 2-game win streak coming off this past week. Tonight, clap it up for the Wolves. Tonight will be an unforgettable evening, as the Wolves put it, as they host the Rockford Ice Hogs on Glow Night, presented by Wendy's. The night kicks off with a pregame glow bash. I'm reading this directly from the Wolves website so that you have your information up to date and accurate. This is presented by Record a Hit Entertainment, and every fan will receive a glow baton upon entry to light up the arena. Enhance your experience with glowing accessories through a special ticket package, and after the game, hit the ice for a post-game glow skate. Plus, it's the 4th Adopt a Dog night of the season where you can meet adorable pups looking for their forever homes. So don't miss this electrifying night and get your tickets now. That's awesome. Yes, we have a dog. We have a dog bit, a dog soundbite. In addition to all of that,
I'm trying here.
No, I love that. In addition to all of that going on tonight, it is also a Coors Light happy hour night. That means Saturdays from 5 to 7 p.m. throughout the season, you can head into the arena early and get your happy hour on with Coors Light. Then I also mentioned during the Rockford segment that these two teams will see each other tomorrow at 3 p.m. for the 6th installment of this 12-installment rivalry this year. And then following those two games, the Wolves will be in Coachella Valley to face the Firebirds next Saturday at 8 p.m. But, of course, we will be on the mics before that. Okay, we have a little bit of Steel news that we're going to get to here. Last Saturday at 6:05 was the Steel versus the USA Hockey National Team Development Program, the USA NTDP. That was Blackhawks night as well, with a post-game skate and special celebrity guest Chris Chelios. And the Steel came up with another 8-goal performance. Another one. We talked last week about how the Steel won 8-3 over this USA NTDP. This time they won 8-5. Yes. Ooh and ah. You had Steel hat-trick, the first of the season, completed by Colin Sisson. You also had Ben Yurchuk score his 5th and 6th goals. And newly named captain Reed Kahn also added a goal in this one. Aiden Dyer celebrated his 19th birthday with an 8th goal of this season for him. And Will Tomko also had a goal. That was his 6th of the year. Goaltender Jack Parsons stopped 17 shots to record his 2nd consecutive win, especially over this USA NTDP. And Saturday marked the first time the Steel scored 8 or more goals in consecutive games since February, get this, February of 2014, when they scored 9 goals. Yeah. Clap it up. Cheer it up for this Chicago Steel team. They scored 9 goals on February 14th against, who else? A U17 team, the USNTDP, and 8 goals on February 15th in Muskegon. They were playing the Lumberjacks. So this is quite a feat for this Chicago Steel team. Hopefully that gets them on the right track for the 2025 calendar year and the latter half of this season. Last night, however, that wasn't the case, as the Steel fell 4-3. In South Dakota, Sioux Falls Stampede was the opponent, and they did not get the win there. They will see Sioux Falls again tonight at 6:05, still at Denny Sanford Premier Center. So the Steel don't get a chance to come home. They don't even get a chance to come home next Friday. They are in Green Bay to face the Gamblers at the Resch Center. That is next Friday at 7:05. They finally come back home next Saturday after another edition of On the Rise. That'll be a 6:05 puck drop. You can get a hockey stick cooler bag giveaway. I'm not sure what that is. I'm guessing it's a cooler bag, but a hockey stick cooler bag doesn't seem like it would be the right shape to be a cooler bag, but I don't know. Go ahead and check that out. That's presented.
I don't know.
That's presented by Meyer Signs and Graphics. You can watch all of the Steel games on Flow Hockey. And hey, even though you didn't make it to maybe get that holiday plan for the Steel, you can still book a Steel suite the Chill Zone or the Ice Side Table Group and receive 2 tickets to a Rockford Ice Hogs game when you purchase through the Steel website. Go to chicagosteelhockeyteam.com or call 855-51-STEEL. That offer is valid through, just kidding. I should have read this. Offer was valid through yesterday, so that was a quick one. Dude, yeah, that was warranted. That was good. All right.
I try.
Last but not least here on our docket is the World Juniors information, and oh boy. Usually they're singing, "Oh, Canada." Now they're saying, "Oh, Canada." Oh, my goodness. That was pitiful, to say the least. We left off last weekend with Canada losing to Latvia. The USA went on to beat Latvia, but then Canada had a game on New Year's Eve against the United States of America. USA took that one 4-1. We'll dive into this one a little bit because you had some key goals from some of the the up-and-coming USA prospects, basically. You had a number of huge local kid, Cole Hudson. His older brother is playing for the Montreal Canadiens, so got a chance to see him last night. But you had a goal from... Hold on, I'm trying to pull these stats up right now. Statistics. There we go. Sometimes the internet's not friendly. You had goals on the U.S. side from... It's giving me Canada. I don't want Canada. They're already out. Spoiler alert. Goals from Ryan Leonard. He is one of the big names. Nothing from James Hagens, but he had 6 shots on goal in this one. You had Danny Nelson and Cole Hudson both scoring. Hudson had a phenomenal game. 1 goal, 1 assist, 2 points on just 2 shots on goal. And then the 4th and final goal came from Cole Iserman, top draft pick there. 1 goal, 1 assist, also had 2 points, just like Hudson. So the USA getting the job done against Canada. Canada fell after that game to having just 1 win in the tournament in their 3 games played. They had also lost it, like I said, to Latvia and now the United States. Well, flash forward, the U.S. gets a 7-2 victory over Sweden, and Canada has a 4th and final game of the group round, and they fall 4-3 to Czechia, and they are knocked out of the tournament in just the round-robin side of things.
Yeah, and here's the highlight for that.
Sikora back in the corner. Sikora back to Juric's shot. That was blocked. Juric feeds it back across. Nico scores.
And that was after a 5-minute major knee-to-knee where it garnered, the Canadian player getting ejected from the game. And this is the first time in the history of the World Juniors that Canada has failed to advance beyond the quarterfinal in consecutive tournaments.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I couldn't have said it better, but yes, Canada is hurting these days.
Got to get my time in there somehow. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play.
Especially during the hockey spots.
Yeah, no kidding.
But yes,
total my thumbs
Canada
over here.
Eliminated. And of course, you mentioned that 5-minute major, that game misconduct that ejected one of Canada's forwards. You got to double check the name there, but that was not the ref's fault in this one. I mean, Canada had other opportunities and other times in order to really get this back on track. I believe that was Zeev Bouillon. Nope, he scored a goal, I believe.
As in Bouillon and Bouillon.
So
I have no idea.
Yeah, I got to double check which knee-on-knee collision that was. I'll get that information for you hopefully by the end of this show. But yeah, that was not how Canada probably envisioned this going. But there were a number of names left off this Canadian roster that I think people were scratching their heads about, and now it shows. Easton Cowan was the one that got called for unsportsmanlike conduct, that was offsetting with Ryan Leonard for 2-minute penalties. I don't have the game misconduct in here. That's interesting. They didn't have that listed, maybe? Interesting. I don't know why they wouldn't. It should be part of the game in here.
I don't know. I just read it.
I'll do my research. Yeah, you're not wrong. I know that did happen. Maybe that wasn't against the game against the U.S.? I was looking at the game against the U.S.
Oh, no, it wasn't against the game against
10-minute. Yeah, here we go. Callum Ritchie, another actual big name early on in that game for Canada against Czechia. Yeah,
he was very dejected after the game.
Yeah.
Needless to say, getting that 10-minute and costing his team. Advancing.
So the U.S. will move on. That is a game today. That is at 7:30 p.m. local time, 1930 military time. USA versus Czechia. The winner of that will go on to play in the upcoming finals in the Canadian Tire Center tomorrow. That will be also a 7:30 start time. So this tournament's wrapping up shortly. We will bring you the results as they finish up next week and kind of put a nice bow on the 2025 World Junior Championship. Because maybe we can cheer about something. Maybe the U.S. will win.
Oh, no. I got something to cheer for. I really, really have something to cheer for.
I know what you're going to bring up.
Yes.
Is it tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I cannot be more excited about this NFL Chicago Bears season ending. I cannot be more excited.
Okay. I like the ending part. I like
ending.
That part. Yeah, ending. Gosh.
I mean, for the other franchises that actually know what the I don't have the bleep. That actually know what the shiatsu they're doing. I mean, then yes.
Yeah. We didn't really
the other teams know what they're doing. The Chicago Bears don't know what they're doing.
We didn't really cover any football today. We did not have our buddy Nick Johnston, our fantasy guru, here. Fantasy season, of course, is over.
Ended last week.
We do want to get Nick in here to let you know the results of his fantasy league so that you know he is a guru. But
he's got the bling to prove it.
And he's got the bling to prove it. We'll see if he's got the bling this year. However, this is a good segue into Marcus's show, The Truth About Chicago Sports. Stay tuned from the 10 o'clock hour to the noon time here in Illinois, here in Central Time.
Central Time.
On WRMN AM 1410.
We are in Central Time.
Because he will be talking more Bears as the Bears wrap up their season tomorrow at Lambeau Field at noon against the dreaded Packers. Thank goodness it is over.
And we could put a in this season.
Exactly. We will be bringing you some more bowl results. I know Notre Dame won, and they're moving on. So we'll be bringing you more bowl results next week, but I'm sure Marcus will get into a lot more football here. I am Mike Napolitano. You can find me on Twitter or Instagram, Mike Napolitano or Mike_Napolitano. He is Derrick Geyer. I don't know if you want to drop your socials.
No, I'm still working on that shiatsu.
Okay, so you can find us here every Saturday from 8 to 10 a.m. on AM 1410 WRMN. You're listening to On the Rise. Up next, The Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus Mack, right here on the Talk of the Town.
Have a great weekend.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display. At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
Oh, yeah, it's time to start the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports with your host, Marcus Mack. And I am back, baby. We're here on WRMN 1410, Elgin, Illinois, Studio 14. Let's go! Brother Blake Cal is in the house. Good to have you with me, brother. Happy New Year. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, Marcus. It's good to be back, and it's the new year. It's 2025. I think it's time we turn the page on last year's mediocrity, terrible Chicago sports, and let's make this one a good one. It can't get any worse, right?
Yes, indeed. We got so much to go over, lots to talk about. We're going to talk about college playoffs today. We're going to talk about the Chicago Bears as they get ready to take on their last game of the season. We know it has been a horrible, very miserable season to have to go through as they take on the Green Bay Packers up north on the road at noon. We'll get more deep into that. We're going to have Sophia Blackburn join us today. We're going to talk some Blackhawks. They had the Winter Classic that they played, which was a debacle, but then they turned to the back around as they got a big win last night. We're also going to talk some Bulls as well as Derrick Rose is back in town. Derrick Rose is back in the house. Fingers crossed that they actually retire his jersey. Not sure, but it is a Derrick Rose night. Either way it goes, he's going to be honored for his time with the Chicago Bulls. So, Brother Blake, we got a lot to get into. Tell me, how was your holiday, my friend? Did you have a good Christmas? Did you have a good New Year's?
It was good for the most part. I ended up getting sick on Christmas, and the only thing that made me even more sick was watching that Thursday night game when the Bears lost 6-3. But since then, I've been doing all right. You know, little PTO from work, just relaxing. So it's time to get back to work, back to the grind, and that's what we're gonna do here. So, what about your break? How was yours?
You know what? It was actually good, and like you say, it was that disgusting thing that followed after Christmas, and it was like, I don't know what this is supposed to be, football or what. The Cancun Bears definitely decided to mail that in, and I get it. Hey, you're tired, you're beat up. They had just played 4 days ago, and make no mistake about it, the counterparts on the other side were just as sloppy and just as nasty. The Seattle Seahawks. But at the same time, it just seemed like the Bears were so not interested in being there and rather just wanted to be with their families for the holiday. So the Cancun Bears definitely let me down. But outside of that, it was great to spend time with family. New Year's was real chill, and the nice part about it was that we got to watch some really good football. The college playoffs has been everything that I've wanted it to be. Yeah, there's been some blowouts. Which I think is to be expected once you expanded this to 12 teams. Me personally, I'm just going to get it out there right now so it's out the way. I am the 8-team guy. I believe that the playoffs should have I don't believe there's 12 teams that can win a national title. I think 8 is pushing it, and when you go to 12, you're going to get some of the SMU blowout situation, and I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that because you know what? It still gave us a little bit more football to watch. The Notre Dame-Indiana game, 10-point difference. So they did kind of make some slack. But make no mistake, Notre Dame owned that game for the most part. Same with the Ohio State-Tennessee. I was really shocked to see Ohio State come out and just pound them to the ground. And shout out to the Big Ten, man. Show some love for our peeps. You know, the Big Ten's been getting a real nasty mark for the last few years. The SEC is the cream of the crop when it comes to college football, to the point where people in the Midwest, our own people, have started rooting for these SEC teams, Alabama, Tennessee. Like, what's going on here? Come on, man. You know, show some respect, have some pride, you know. Now, a team that's not in the Big Ten, but I've always had them linked to the Big Ten, Notre Dame, that's my squad. I am a Golden Domer. Yes, I am. Don't shoot the messenger. And it's nice to see them flexing their muscles in the tournament as well. But shout out to the Big Ten, because they have showed up and showed out. Okay, and I've been impressed from Penn State to Ohio State. Wow, you know, it's been rather impressive. Then Illinois getting the win, and then Michigan putting a thump down in the bowl game over Alabama. So yeah, I've been really that's been a nice flip side. It's been the college playoffs that's been happening around the holidays as well.
Yeah, bowl season's a ton of fun, and this is the first year of the 12-team college playoff football format, and I think they're learning a lot, too, of what kind of works with this format and what doesn't. Because
what did you think of the seeding? Do you agree with it?
I don't, because like you said, it allows some of those games to get out of hand, like Penn State and SMU. Like, make no mistake about it. If you're going to go 12 teams, I think they got all the 12 teams right on who should be in it.
I agree.
But when you have SMU going against a team like Penn State, who just is going to have more NIL money, bigger guys and more talented people, and you're going to run into those 40-7 type games in the first round. I think in the future they'll go more to like that reseeding format where the conference winners don't necessarily get the bye. It's more so, you know, ranking how they're ranked the whole season, right? Because Penn State, I think, finished 4th in the CFP rankings on the season, and they went in the college football playoffs, I think, like the 6th seed. So there's going to be a lot of moving around, a lot of moving parts. But I think overall college football has got to be pretty happy with how the first year of this, like, I say trial run, because it's here to stay, and I wouldn't be surprised if it got expanded further in the future. But they got to be happy with it. It's pulling ratings, like we all know it would. College football is such a fun sport to watch. I even think this year it's been just like a better overall, more exciting product than the NFL. But I think so far so good. There's a lot of good games, a lot of good players, and now we're here to the Final Four, and those two matchups should be interesting as well. And to be honest with you, you could draw a name out of a hat, and any four of these teams could win it. They're all playing really well, and it's going to be exciting to see who actually does run away with it here at the end. Yeah,
I think that it's kind of stopped the crying that was happening for so long in college football, which, you know, as a fan, you couldn't help but get caught up in sometimes yourself, especially if it was a team that you had interest in, and saying, hey, how come my team couldn't get a shot at the national title? You know, whereas the format before, the old BCS format was just, I think, 1 and 2 ended up playing for the national title, and that just didn't seem to be proper enough, because sometimes that 2 would have the same record as 3 and 4. Okay, which one gets in? And then then they went to the 14 format, I believe, was the next thought process. But even that, I thought, was still, it was still just a little bit too short, because, you know, there were other teams that did have a viable argument to say, hey, I deserve to have a shot to play, you know, for a national title. And so this format has definitely generated a lot more fan interest. It's definitely generated a lot more money for the NCAA, which we know is the ultimate goal of theirs. But from a fan aspect, which is the second thing, I guess, you know, the first thing is, hey, can we get the money? Then now we're delivering the best product to the fan. At this current moment, it needs to be tweaked, yes, but it is very good right now, and it has been fun. It has generated a lot more interest at the end of the college football season, whereas that, I know a lot of people are traditionalists when it comes to the bowls games, but the bowl games are still mixed in if you pay attention. There still was a Rose Bowl. There still was a Peach Filler Bowl. There still was a Sugar Bowl. You know what I mean? It's just under a different premise now.
Yeah.
And so I definitely think that this has created a lot more interest. It's given players that have a much farther vested interest, a la NFL, to still give it their all, even at the end of the season. Gives them a reason to play out, and it gives you a chance to really see some of the top players in the nation. How many people really got a chance to watch is it Judy? The kid from BYU, Boise State, the running back.
Ashton Jeanty.
Ashton Jeanty. How many people really got a chance to see him until they played against Penn State?
Yeah.
So that to me, that's where this becomes really cool, because you finally get a chance to kind of hear some of the names that you hear. I'm not a big college football guy. I'm not going to ever pretend like I am. I usually start to pay attention to college football right about at the end of the college football season. So, this is, for me, something like this is great, because now I get to kind of hear some of the names that I was hearing all season that were up for awards like Heisman and the Belichickov Award, things of that nature. And so this has been good. Who's impressed you so far in this college playoffs?
I mean, I would say for starters, it would be Will Howard, quarterback of Ohio State. Ohio State was such a weird team this year. And I say weird very lightly, because it seemed like the quarterback was the one thing that they just didn't have that upper echelon of a player, because Dylan Gabriel from Oregon, he was projected to be a top prospect toward the start of this season, or, like a first, second round pick. Quinn Evers from Texas, even Carson Beck from Georgia, who didn't play in these playoffs, but at the start of the season was supposed to be one of those first two round quarterbacks. But Will Howard of Ohio State has this great season. They finish with one loss, and the loss came against Michigan, and it looked so ugly, and everyone was like out on Ohio State. He was just going to put the final twist in the knife right into their chest. And what do? They go out and they beat the brakes off the Volunteers at home. They go off and on the road in the Rose Bowl and beat the brakes off of Oregon, traveling all the way to California. They don't switch time zones. They go a little south. Ohio State goes cross country and beats the doors off of Oregon. They've impressed me the most. Will Howard's impressed me the most. He's played great in both games. And now I think Ohio State, if I had to pick someone to win the college football playoffs right now, it's probably Ohio State. They look really good. They have explosive weapons at receiver, and they're one of those teams where, unlike the Bears, and I hate bringing the Bears up because nothing's like the Bears right now, when a bad game goes your way, like Ohio State did with Michigan, similar to how the Hail Mary with the Bears goes, can you flip the page and dominate and turn back to what you know to be good football? Ohio State has done that. They've done it very impressively, and they're going to have a really good chance to go from losing to their biggest rival, getting embarrassed at home, starting that brawl out in midfield, and cops pepper spraying players, and this whole crazy debacle. And now they have a chance. They're 2 wins away from being national champions. That's honestly the team that has impressed me the most.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I have to agree with that assessment. I think that's an awesome one. For me, I'm not to try to play contrary by all means, because like I said, to me, that's a great breakdown and assessment. But this is a homer pick for me, and it's definitely Notre Dame. It's definitely Notre Dame. I've been thoroughly impressed with Marcus Freeman. Anybody else, I mean, his coaching at this point so far has been a masterpiece. I see now exactly why Notre Dame locked him up to an extension. That was the smart move, and it's funny because this stuff. I mean, hey, let's be honest. The college football is the minor league for the NFL. It was funny, before that extension, Marcus Freeman's name had come up for the Bears job, and a lot of people were kind of like, and now people have gotten to see him on the big stage, and you see everybody's just licking their chops going, wow, I wish that he hadn't signed that extension, but But now you're starting to get it why his name came up in those circles, because this dude might just be the real deal, my friend. And I'll tell you what, the way he's got Notre Dame looking, the way they were able to come in and crush a SEC powerhouse. It's not like Georgia was some team that was standing idly by, just like, hey, come here to whip us. Georgia, it was a very good team. They were ranked number 2 in the nation for a reason. It wasn't because they got there by playing Rudy Poots. Go look at the schedule. You'll see what I'm talking about. So they earned that. They earned their way. They earned their right to have a bye. And Notre Dame came right up in there and said, nope, we're here. We're for real. And a lot of that had to do with coaching. A lot of it had to do with coaching. And it's been a masterpiece by Marcus Freeman so far. So, yeah, that's what I've been thoroughly impressed so far with the college playoffs from that aspect. So switching some gears, we mentioned it earlier, and we know that Derrick Rose is back in the house. The Bulls will be playing tonight, 7 o'clock. They're listed here on NBA TV because we know, Bulls games are not played on TV anymore. But I did hear something about now that it's something they're doing a streaming thing through their website. So I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure about that. I don't want to give people false information. But I was hearing something about if you go to Bulls.com. I think that they now have a way for you to be able to watch games possibly. Don't hold me to that. Don't come back. Marcus Mack said this. Hey, Marcus Mack could just be, shooting in the dark here, but I'm hoping that it's possible. But either way it goes, the game should be available tonight for you to watch on NBA TV. They're playing the Knicks at 7 o'clock. And, Derrick did comment on the jersey retirement. He was asked about that. And obviously his comment was, he said he would love that. He told ESPN in a sit-down interview, and obviously he's back in the hometown where he was born. Derrick Rose impact and legacy, and we'll get into the whole jersey retirement thing if that even happens. But he's being honored tonight, and I just think that that's really awesome. First and foremost, that the Bulls are honoring him. What does Derrick Rose legacy mean to the Bulls and to you?
Man, I get little goosebumps talking about it, because I remember when I was so young and starting to play basketball, and he was the first like superstar. I remember like really watching in my basement, on a TV that they used to be 3 or 4 feet thick, and I'm watching this guy, and he looks like he's bouncing off of trampolines and dunking the basketball, and he's running up and down the floor. And one of my first Bulls games I ever went to was, I want to say, his second season, or maybe just right after his rookie season. And he's the youngest MVP to ever win it, and he's from Chicago. He's from the area. When they do the opening lineups, it's always, and from Chicago, Derrick Rose, and the crowd erupts. And I'm sure they'll do that tonight, and they'll erupt again. His legacy in Chicago it's such a great legacy, because it tells the story of what Chicago sports means, not only to me, but a lot of other people. It's the grittiness, it's the toughness, it's the unwillingness to quit. And then there's that other side of it where it's what could have been. Because as everyone knows with Derrick Rose, he never got to play to his full potential. He never got to play to his full health. This kid won the MVP, the youngest MVP in the history of the NBA, and hurts his knee. And he was never the same, as we all know it. Did he have some good seasons after that with the Bulls? Yes, but it was never to the level that we once saw. He took on the big three, Miami Heat, in their first season in the conference finals, and he was so good. Derrick Rose was so good that LeBron James, the second best player of all time, took him one-on-one on defense. That's how good he was. It took the second best player of all time to stop this guy.
Yeah,
he's the only guy that could stop him on the floor.
And mind you, that second greatest player was at least 4 to 5 inches taller and had about almost 40 pounds of muscle on the kid. It was just it was electric. And for 4 seasons before he got injured, just to take people down a little history out there, all the listeners. And once again, this is WRMN 1410 AM. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports with your host, Marcus Mack. And I'm joined by Blake Cowell. And we're sitting there talking Chicago Bears. You can feel free to call 847-931-1410. We're taking in all callers. Derrick Rose was drafted number 1 in 2008 by the Bulls, and when he came on, it was electric right away. That rookie season, he just captivated everybody. Yeah. And for those first 4 years before he got injured and suffered his first ACL injury in that 2012 playoffs, he had the league by storm. He would go on to win Rookie of the Year, then would go on to win MVP honors, I believe, the second season. Number 2, I think he got MVP. And I think it was in that 4th season is when the knee injury happened during the playoffs. And I'll just tell you, me being, the old head in the room, and don't get it twisted. I'm not that old, so calm down, guys, all right? Young brother still in his 40s. But, I was able to see, Mike play, and I watched there. I witnessed that all. I witnessed the 3-peats. I witnessed the dynasty, the championships runs, and then I saw the lonely, thin years that would follow. And it would be almost 10 years if you think about it. Derrick Rose was drafted in 2008. The last championship, I believe, run was 1998 when the dynasty broke up. So 10 years later would follow where Derrick Rose would come in, and he was the first viable, bona fide, definite superstar since Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen had laced up for the Chicago Bulls. And you saw it right away, and it was just different, and it was just beautiful. And yeah, that when LeBron James having to guard him to try to stop him and slow up, that spoke volumes about how electric he was. And for those out there that didn't get a chance to see it, I tell you, go watch highlights, please. Derrick Rose was absolutely sensational. Definitely a Hall of Famer. I don't care what anybody says. And not because of the years. Unfortunately, the numbers might not support because of the injuries. But if you look at those first 4 years, he was one of the best players in the game, hands down. And he was unstoppable. Unstoppable. One of the best first moves that I've ever seen from the point guard. He was, I guess you got to still get credit because Russell Westbrook was doing it as well. But Derrick Rose was also one of the first high-flying point guards, the league. Yeah. Before that, point guards are really just known as a Chris Paul, a distributor, a guy that, could get the ball around and then could possibly, he could score and get shots, but not the way that Derrick did it, not the way is just electric driving and knifing into the bucket. And he was a playmaker still for his teammates as well. So it's just great that he is back. It's nice that he's being honored. His time in Chicago should definitely be remembered as something special. No, he did not go out as a champion for the Bulls, but a champion of Chicago for sure. Derrick Rose should always be remembered as a champion of this city, and remember for his legacy is coming from Simeon High School to Memphis for the 1 year and then being drafted number 1 by the Bulls and just captivating the city was just something unique. Once again, this is The Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. When we come back from break, Blake, we're going to have the great Sophia Blackburn joining us. We're going to talk some hockey. As you know, we were talking about it earlier. We got the Winter Classic to talk about. And also they had a win last night, which was interesting, huh? We actually got a Chicago win. Watch out, Blake. We don't want to get too crazy here.
I won't get my hopes up. Not too much.
Yeah, not too much. We don't want to say a win streak could get started or something, but you never know, right?
That's right.
But once again, this is The Truth About Chicago Sports here. And, hey, everybody, it's just great to have everybody joining us once again on the station. So we get ready to head into break here. I'm going to break it down for us right now, my brother. So like I said, we're going to be talking some more Bulls. We're going to be talking some more Bears. We're going to be talking some Blackhawks as we are joined by Sophia Blackburn as we get back from break here on truth about Chicago sports. WRMN 1410 AM in Studio 14. All callers are welcome. Please feel free to call into the line 847-931-1410. Once again, this is The Truth About Chicago Sports with your hosts, Marcus, Mack, and Blake. Cal L, bringing you the truth about everything you need to know when it comes to sports.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Get ready for an unforgettable Saturday night of music on WRMN AM 1410. Starting at 7 p.m., join Court Stevens live from Studio 14 for the CD Showcase. Court mixes together a blend of his favorite country music tunes because, as he says, a song remembers when. Then at 9 p.m., don't miss the Pure American Country Radio Show, hosted by the legendary Hall of Fame disc jockey and voice of the Grand Ole Opry, Bill Cody. Enjoy the best in classic country alongside today's real country hits, perfect for every fan of the genre. But the fun doesn't stop there. At 11 p.m., join country music enthusiast Jim Dandy and Mike Patrick for Branson Country USA. With a rotating roster of special guest stars from the vibrant Branson entertainment scene, you'll get a taste of the best talent in country music. So grab your boots and settle in for a night filled with heartwarming tunes and legendary sounds. Tune in every Saturday night from 7 p.m. to midnight on WRMN AM 1410, where the heart of country music comes alive.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Are you ready to rock? At School of Rock Elgin, located at 353 South Randall Road, we're more than just music lessons. We're a community. Whether you're an absolute beginner or a seasoned musician, our performance-based curriculum is designed to transform your skills and confidence. From learning new instruments to rocking a full-blown concert, we bring out the best in every musician, no matter their level. Join the School of Rock Elgin family today, where music isn't just learned, it's lived. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting mid-February opening. Unleash your inner rock star.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
And welcome back to the show. This is the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410 AM in Studio 14. Let's go. And we are now joined by the wonderful and honorable Sophia Blackburn. Welcome back to the show. How's it going?
Welcome back.
Thank you. It's going pretty well over here in Michigan.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I'm pretty sure you're enjoying yourself as you've got a competent football team to watch and playoff football on the rise. Lucky you, Sophia.
Yeah.
But all right, let's get into some more serious things. The Blackhawks actually snapped what would be a 5-game losing streak with the win over the Canadiens yesterday, 4-2. It's nice to see them get some bounce back in their step. So I liked seeing that. But the Winter Classic, unfortunately, where they got a chance to play in front of everybody, smacked down 6-2 by the Blues. As we see them get this bounce back win, we know this team is a bottom feeding team currently, but it is nice to see them get out of that 5-game losing streak. What's been going on with this Blackhawks team, Sophia?
I definitely think that, they're definitely getting used to their new coach. Let's put that one out there right away. Seems like everybody's losing their head coaches nowadays. But gotta say, looks like they're just getting in the rhythm and they're figuring it out. I mean, I was reading up on some things last night, and they pulled up a Rockford player from the AHL, which honestly is kind of funny because his brother, the Datch brothers, I believe, his brother plays for the Canadians, so it was a little brother rivalry on last night's game. But I mean, they played pretty good. The goalie shot out. He saved, 40?
38 saves last night.
Yeah, which is insane compared to, the 26 that Blackhawks shot.
Yeah, it's very impressive to see that them getting some defense, starting to get some stops. And like you said, this is to be expected, I guess, right? They came, they had a little pop when the new coach took over, then obviously kind of settled back down to life. Got smacked up 5 games. But like you pointed out the last time we talked about this before we actually went on break, was that at least they seem to have life again. There was a couple games where, hey, it was only a 1-score loss, 4-3 to the Wilds, that 6-4 game to the Flames. You saw some fight there. They got smacked up by the Blues on the big stage, but it was nice. It's nice to see that they do have that bounce back, and they are starting to get stops, and they are generating some goals. I guess really at this point, it's still obviously all about, Bedard. And how do you see this transition going now with the new coach?
It definitely looks like, with what were they on, a 5 losing game streak or such, or 4 or 5.
Yeah, it was 5.
It definitely seems like the boys seem a little bit frustrated because they're not playing as well as they know they could play, especially at Wrigley. I was reading up on it. They're all pretty much disappointed in themselves, and they know that their fans deserve better. But the thing about that is that they're not losing their fans.
No.
And they have the support, which is really good for the morale of the team because they know that they know there's a certain level that they can play at, but they're just not there yet. But for Bedard, I definitely think that, he's such a wishy-washy topic because everyone's like, okay, maybe pull him back down, and then everyone's like, no, keep him where he's at. But he's playing the best that he is with the skills that are being given to him and the way that he's being taught and the way that his teammates are playing around him. Because you got to think about it. At the end of the day, it's not just Bedard; it's the whole entire team. So, and he's trying to do his best as a youngin.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the numbers here. He still leads the team in total points. He's got 34. The closest guy on the team next to him is Tuvo Tavarinian. As always, that's a tough one for me.
You got it, Marcus.
You got it.
There we go. And he's the next with 25. Bedard is he's got 10 goals, so it's 2 other players on the team that have more goals than he has. He leads the team in assists. So, it's not like he's not being an effective player out there. He's finding a way to still, generate for the team. Like you say, it comes down to a lot of what's around him. And as we sit now, as we're starting to get kind of in the middle of the hockey season, we kind of know that this is where this team is at. I guess really the impatience is, or maybe even not so much the impatience. I guess the real question is, can Bedard's level of play get higher? Is he playing at an all-star level? Should that expectation be on him right now, Sophia?
I definitely think that, he's young. Everyone expects him to play, better and better and better than the oldest guy on the team, but also at the same time, he's so young. He's not going to know everything. He's he's fat. He's going to be faster. He's going to be stronger. He's going to be so on and so forth. But at the same time, he's young compared to the people that he's playing with, and he doesn't have the mastered skills. Yes, he's mastered skills, but he's still training. He's still young. He's not the final level boss. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I know exactly what you mean.
There's so much more there's always room for improvement.
Definitely. And when I'm sitting here and I'm looking, okay, you look at the top guys. No, he's not cracking that area. Some guys out here are ridiculous, where you got a Nathan McKinnon that's got 64 points currently right now. But at the same time, like we just said, with the talent that's around him, for him to still have 30-plus points on the season, I see a lot of value in that. I see growth in that. And as the team gets better around him, I think also with this now better coaching, because I definitely think play has been better since the coaching has changed. I think that we're going to see a lot more of high-level play from him.
Since they switched coaches and everything and all that jazz that just happened the past month, they've been scoring more. They've been playing better. They're just playing some hard teams, but also at the same time, hey, they haven't lost yet this year. It's been a new year.
That's right. Hey, see, that's what I'm talking about. This is the truth about Chicago sports, and we love to bring some positivity into the air. Once again, this is WRMN 1410 AM. We're sitting here breaking down the Blackhawks with Sophia Blackburn. This is Marcus Mack with Blake Cowell. And Blake, don't you love that right there? A little positivity in the air, right? We haven't lost for the new year. We haven't lost. Now, before we get you up out of here, Sophia, how has your new year been going so far? Did you have a good celebration?
Oh, had a great celebration. I also have to dive in a little Red Wings in for 2 seconds. Is that also we fired our coach too, and I'm so excited to see how these players play.
Yeah, coaches getting fired everywhere. You know what?
They are.
We fired our coach here. We got sick of him. Me and Blake were like, enough of this. All right?
Yes.
We had to fire him, and now we're working with an interim coach ourselves. But yes, no, it's you know what, change though sometimes has to happen in this sport, and I'll tell you what, I think that it should have happened a little bit earlier from the Chicago Bears side, but it seems like from the Blackhawks aspect, it looks like it was the right move. It's considering, like I said, with such young talent too, you have to take advantage. This is the growing years for Bedard and for future players to come. So hopefully we can see more growth as this season goes. I believe, let me see here.
They have a game tomorrow.
So this is that'll be a good one to see everybody get it a chance. Hopefully to get to watch. It's on ABC too, primetime against the Rangers. So I'll definitely be checking that out myself.
Same.
Heck yeah. So, all right, Sophia, we love you joining. We know you got to get up out of here. We look forward to hopefully you can come back again next week. We'll be right here, same bat time, same bat channel.
Right. You guys have a great new year as well.
All right. You too, Sophia. Have a good one.
You as well, Sophia.
Yep.
And once again, everyone, that is the great Sophia Blackburn joining us and breaking down some Blackhawks hockey. If you guys want to get more in-depth detail on hockey, make sure to check out the show that comes on before me. My brothers on the rise, Derrick and Mike, as they handle it from 8 to 10 a.m. every Saturday before me here on The Truth About Chicago Sports. Now, before we segued and talked a little hockey with Sophia, we were sitting here and we were talking about the impact of Derrick Rose and the Chicago Bulls beyond the jersey retiring, which we don't know. So beyond the, let's just put that out there. This is a celebration in the honor of Derrick Rose. There's been no confirmation if his jersey is going to be raised to the rafters or not. So I don't want anybody to get the wrong impressions on that. But putting things in perspective in the current moment, the Bulls are 15 and 19, fifth in the Central. We know their last place in their division in the Central, behind Detroit, amazingly. And as they get ready to honor Derrick Rose, I guess it's a nice way to not have to pay attention to the real truth. And the truth is, Blake, this team is not that good. I don't want to say they suck, because that might be a little too harsh. I mean, Zach LaVine is averaging 22. Vooch is averaging 20. That's nothing to sneeze at. It's not easy to average 20 points in the NBA. It's not. You have to play some good ball from that aspect. But it's just ultimately not enough. Now, I will give credit. Zach LaVine has actually played 29 games, which is rather impressive considering how little he played last year. So I guess, hey, we'll give some shots out to that because the Bulls have played 34 games up to this point. But at the same time, we're still now years later. I mean, since the Derrick Rose devastating injury, and he was obviously never the same after that in 2012. Since then, we fast forward now. We're 13 years now later. And the Bulls are still devoid without any prospect of future. And I just, at this point, I don't know what to think about him. And I don't want it to be gloom and doom Saturday. I mean, but it's hard to pick out anything. You can't trade LaVine. He's a complete albatross on the team. It doesn't seem like anybody else can develop with him on the team. I don't know what the future really holds for the Bulls. And I want to give people hope. I'm here to give you the truth. And the truth is the Bulls are blind right now and just out there in the wilderness of basketball.
Yeah, it seems like every other team in the city at least has some kind of like direction, whether that's they know they're rebuilding or they know they're competing. The Bears know what they need to do this offseason, right? The Cubs need to know what they still need to do. The White Sox are having, I think, a really good offseason. And the Blackhawks have Connor Bedard, so they have hope. The Bulls don't really have either of those. They're not really rebuilding. They're not really competing. They're right in the middle, and that's why they're currently the 10th seed in the Eastern Conference. But, I mean, they are only – there's a lot of meh teams in the Eastern Conference. So, I mean, if they do turn it on and win a few games, then they can kind of sneak into that 7th, 6th seed, which is exactly what I think Jerry wants anyway. Is to just keep them mildly competitive, to keep fans somewhat interested, only to probably lose in the first round to a team that's far better, because the Bulls aren't better than the Bucks. Because in the playoffs, in the NBA especially, those superstar players shine, like Giannis Antetokounmpo, like Jalen Brunson, Jason Tatum, Donovan Mitchell. Those guys, Bulls don't have a guy on that caliber. They probably won't have a guy on that caliber because, honestly, who would want to come play for this city right now anyway? So, again, like you said, I'm trying not to be
this
either,
is how to get in shape fast.
It is the truth of it.
Yes, indeed. It is the truth of it. And, we are where we are now, and we just kind of have to live with it, with the fact that the Bulls are just a mediocre team and with no direction, and hopefully one day they can find it. We do have major news to announce, though. Major news to announce on the station, and that is now WRMN 1410 AM is affiliated with the Chicago White Sox. That's right. Once again, you heard it. The WRMN 1410 AM is now affiliated with the Chicago White Sox and will be carrying all White Sox games for the Fox Valley area to be able to tune in, follow, and listen to the White Sox. I know that this is the off season right now, and there's still downtime, but that is a major announcement for the station. The sports department here, led by yours truly, Mr. Marcus Mack, the sports director, is going to be spearheading that and making sure to bring every and all available content and any opportunities possible for the station. It's going to be great. We're going to be working with the lights of the great Connor McKnight, and many more opportunities are hopefully going to be opening up for us in the future. But this has been a major announcement, Blake, as the station is now affiliated with the Chicago White Sox here on WRMN 1410 AM. Sorry about that. I had a little dryness there. But, major news for us. Major news for us, Blake, and we're going to be supporting that. We know, obviously, the White Sox are who they are, and that's, still a lot of work in progress. Any news that's coming on the Cubs end right now? As I know the Sox actually had a very subpar, very blase signing. I can't remember. I'll have to actually look at the notes and see the name here, but any news that's been happening on the north side?
Nothing too crazy. Usually around the holiday season, baseball, they go on like a Christmas ceasefire, if you will, to add a little analogy there. They kind of die down for a couple days, and that's kind of what it was the past week or so. You're starting to see things ramp up. The one player that is still holding this entire free agency market up, at least on the pitching side, we saw Corbin Burns go to the Arizona Diamondbacks. That was a little bit of a surprise, but took less money to go home. But as Roki Sasaki out of the Japan League, he is waiting to sign. He cannot really sign till the 15th of January. That is when the international pool money refills for every team. And then he's going to make his decision probably between January 15th and January 23rd. We're talking about a guy who's cost-controlled. Any team can really make a pitch for him. He's been inviting teams to Japan to who he wants to see. The Cubs are still in on Roki Sasaki from what I have heard and read and seen. I mean, you're looking at a guy who comes in the MLB. He's going to be a top 20, 15 pitcher in baseball. You're going to have control of him for 6 years to start, and he's only going to be making about $10 million a year. He's right now the prize of the free agency market, at least on the pitching side. The Cubs are still in on him. I still have reservations that he will end up on the West Coast to either the Dodgers or the Padres, but holding out hope. I've also seen reports that the Cubs are still in on Jack Flaherty, pitcher for the LA Dodgers recently, and as well as the Baltimore Orioles a couple years ago now. But right-handed guy, he's looking to get paid. I'm going to assume about $25 million a year. I don't know how many years he wants on that contract, but the Cubs are looking to add another starting pitcher. They need to add a starting pitcher and a bullpen piece before the season really ramps up. And I think if Jed Hoyer can do that, you're looking at a very good offseason for Jed, obviously already trading for Kyle Tucker, moving the Cody Bellinger money. If you can add another starting pitcher, this becomes a very scary starting rotation. And things are looking up for the Cubs on the north side. I am looking forward to the season to start. I got my opening Cubs home opener tickets already for Cubs and Padres at the start of April. It's right around the corner. Pitchers and catchers report in early February, but that's all it's looking like kind of on the Cubs front for now. But keep an eye out, Cubs fans, for Roki Sasaki to see where he signs. Fingers crossed it's with us here on the north side, but time will tell.
Yeah, and I also was reading some tea leaves that Yu Darvish actually gave a vote of confidence to the Cubs and said that it would be a great place for him to sign. And that's very huge news because we know that the pipelines go very deep when it comes to the Japanese baseball players. And if you get an endorsement like that from one of the players that's already in the league, it's a huge bonus to your organization. So, yeah, we're going to be keeping our eye out for that and seeing hopefully if that comes to fruition, that's going to be huge for the Chicago Cubs. As we now get ready to look on. We've talked about it. We've hinted on it. We've referenced it a little bit. We've danced around it. But yes, everyone, it is upon us. It is Bears-Packers week. As everyone knows, last game of the season, the Chicago Bears, who have lost almost, it seems like, forever, but I believe it's 12 in a row if I'm correct. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games in a row. I'm sorry. I apologize. And this could be the 10th game in a row to finish out the season. With 4 wins looming and playing against their rivals, this team, I don't know really what to say. I don't. And actually, I take that back. It's a 10-game lose streak because they were 4-2 after the bye, and then the Phil married, and they haven't won since then. They almost broke me, Blake. They did. They almost broke me. They almost got me to the point of just pure apathy. But you know what? I'm a fan, and I'm going to always be a fan. You're not going to break me. The thing that has sucked the most about this team is the give up. The Cancun Bears have hurt us more than anything because we haven't seen them give up like this in a long time. Everyone knew what that team was when the rebuild happened, when Ryan Pohl's first year, he took over the job. And then obviously the second year, the teardown was the first year, then the rebuild being the second year. But the teams played, they gave effort and did even last year with Justin Fields out there on leading the team. They won 7 games, and you just saw a team that wouldn't give up and fought to the very end. And now as this game looms against the Packers, and we're not sure if the Packers are even going to play their starters, you have to wonder if the Cancun Bears even care enough to show up at noon up there in Lambeau. And so I almost fell into the, well, you know what, it doesn't matter. But yes, it still does matter. It still does matter. It's still Bears, Green Bay. And you know what? Yeah, you've thrown your season away. Your coach has gotten fired. You've got an interim coach that's going to be run out the door soon, too. But this game still matters, Blake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it always matters when it's Packer week, right? I had a friend ask me the other day. We were at the bar watching some college football, and he's a big Bears fan as well. And he goes, Sunday, and I'm like, you know what? It's Packer week, man. If we're 0-15, it's still Packer week. If we've won 10 games, it's still Packer week. It still means a lot to me. It means a lot to the city. And we still haven't beat the Packers since 2018. So in a season that has sucked, in a season that is on the downturn, wouldn't it still be nice going the offseason, though, and you just got one over on the Packers, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, yes. Especially how the last game ended when Caleb Williams goes on that last drive of the game and gets them in a position to win before an awful blocked field goal. Feels like we should have won that one. Let's see if the Bears can somehow, some way, pull this off.
Out of all the debacles outside of the failed Mary, that is the one game where it was like, it felt like it was happening. You know, I mean, I'm literally sitting there and I'm like, this is happening. This is happening. The Bears are going to do this. The Bears are going to win. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, bam, it's over. And I actually just got, now breaking news just came out. The Bears are going to retire Derrick Rose number next season. Breaking news right now, The Bears are going to retire Derrick Rose number next season. So tonight will be just an honoring of Derrick Rose for all of his contributions to the Chicago Bulls. But his jersey will be retired next season.
Jerry did something right.
Jerry did something, and it's nice. Get it out the way. Get the announcement, so therefore it's understood what tonight's event actually is, and therefore it could be a proper focusing, a proper honoring, and then next year, obviously, when the jersey gets ready, that'll be another celebration. As we get ready to head into break, we're going to come back. We're going to be talking about more Chicago Bears. We're going to break down Bears and Packers key matches. We're going to be joined by Francisco Avila. We've got brother Francisco Avila, local Chicago reporter, is going to be joining us as well, hearing the truth about Chicago sports on WRMN 1410 AM. This is Studio 14. This is your host, Marcus Mack, and I'm joined by Blake Cowell. We're breaking down all things Chicago sports. We're talking Bulls. We're talking Bears. We're talking talking Blackhawks, we're talking Cubs, we're talking Sox, we talk a little college football as well. When we get back, more Bears as they get ready to wrap up their season here against the Green Bay Packers at Lambeau Field at noon on Fox. Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410, bringing you nothing but the best.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in, let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports on WRMN 1410 AM in Studio 14. Let's go.
I would say a coach that challenges myself, whether it's offense coordinator, head coach, challenges myself, but also challenges us as players. Whether it's on the field or character, doesn't matter. Just a coach that challenges us. A man of his word. A disciplined coach, meaning whatever his rules are, or whatever he's going to bring rule wise, or how he's going to control the team and manage and control the team, things like that. I would say another one would be.
And that was Caleb Williams breaking down and talking about what he would like to see in the next Bears head coach. As we get ready to head into the last game of the season against the Packers, as they're going on the road in Lambeau Field, let's talk about that a little bit, because you know what, this is going to be the next conversation. Now, obviously, as soon as the season ends tomorrow, regardless of whatever the outcome is, we pretty much have known what the worst thing that could possibly happen when Thomas Brown took over as interim coach, and that was him losing pretty much every game, which solidified him out the door. And Ben Johnson is being linked heavily to the Bears, along with Mike Vrabel, and now we're hearing Mike McCarthy being thrown out there as well, because when the season ends, Mike McCarthy is actually a free agent and is allowed to sign with any team he wants to. The Bears will have an opportunity, if the Lions get the bye week, to interview Ben Johnson, and if that happens, if he nails the interview, I say give him the job right there. He's the Bears head coach, because obviously you don't have a head coach. You have a head coaching vacancy. If he wins you over, if he's the guy, if he proves to be it, so be it. But I really did like what Caleb said there. If you noticed when breaking down what he would hope from the new coach, discipline. And that's what the one thing that keeps coming up in the unknown about Ben Johnson. Everybody knows the play caller, yes, but now it just keeps coming up. Can he lead a team? And I guess really the only thing I can say to that is this right here. If Ben Johnson does wow in the interview, and he interviews well, because I still think that nobody's just be given a job. He needs to be interviewed, and it all comes together. It makes sense. Him and Ryan Poles can come together if he decides that he wants his own guy, and they move on from Ryan Poles, and he brings in his own director of personnel. Regardless, I don't want it to be a narrative of that. Well, we have to get somebody that's established. That's ridiculous. Was Kevin O'Connell established when the Minnesota Vikings gave him the job? Yeah, look what they're doing. They're only 14-2 with him. What is this, year 3 on the job? Dan Campbell, no coaching experience. Oh, he's only 14-2, year 4 on the job. Matt LaFleur is 11-5. I think this is Matt LaFleur's year 5 on the job. But no previous coaching experience before that. So I don't want to be sold as near the Bears. The team is so dysfunctional that we have to go out and get this in-between coach. Matt Eberflus was the in-between coach. So, no. If Ben Johnson wants to come and be the coach of the Chicago Bears and it looks like it can work and he interviews well, then why not? I want to give that young established play caller a chance. And I don't want to hear the Matt Nagy crap because Matt Nagy called 7 games and everybody knew he was Andy Reid's puppet. Ben Johnson's running the show up in Detroit. He is the play caller. So we know he's got that experience at least. Couple him with a defensive coordinator a la Robert Saleh. We're talking something here. So, if Ben Johnson is the guy, why not? I'm sick of the Bears being the team that passes up on the young, hot upstart coach, and then he becomes the Sean McVay of the L.A. Rams instead of being the Sean McVay of the Chicago Bears. I'm not sold on any of these coaches out there because these coaches that are out there were coaches that got fired. And there's a reason they got fired. So, no, I'm not just going to say, it needs to be a McCarthy. It needs to be a Vrabel. No, you need to really take a deep dive. Best candidate out there. That's just plain and simple. Best candidate. And if that's Ben Johnson, then let's do it.
Yeah, this coaching cycle is going to get pretty crazy for the Bears. So I feel like every name you mentioned I've seen the reports as well, and there's even more added to that. You could add Brian Flores has been linked. I'm seeing reports now that the defensive coordinator for the Miami Dolphins has been linked.
Pete Carroll threw his name in the hat.
Pete Carroll threw his name in there. So, you're going to see a lot of articles that are getting clicks. You're going to see a lot of names that are thrown in there because the reality still is, out of all the head coaching jobs that are going to open up, the Bears, roster-wise, remain kind of the best option still. So why wouldn't a guy like Pete Carroll throw his name in there? Why wouldn't a guy like Mike McCarthy throw his name in there? And I'm not going to sit here and act like the Bears are too good for a guy like Mike McCarthy because when he has a healthy roster and healthy quarterback, he gets to the playoffs. He doesn't win a lot of the playoffs.
He's only got a Super Bowl ring, and he has literally gotten the best out of Aaron Rodgers, Hall of Fame, Dak Prescott, who has been a proven Pro Bowl player. So, in terms of his ability with a quarterback, that's proven. It's proven. So we have to give him credit on that.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna be the one to sit up here and say, "Well, we're too good for Mike McCarthy." We're not too good for anybody right now. We are quite literally the only thing that's holding back, I think, Ben Johnson from coming to the Bears is how poorly ran this organization is, and he is contemplating if he wants to risk career suicide by putting his chips in the table to go work for George McCaskey, work for Kevin Warren or Ryan Poles. I've seen the reports that maybe Ben Johnson has pushed back on the Bears unless they release Ryan Poles. And that's something that you should be looking forward Monday, is seeing what the Bears do with Ryan Poles, because at the start of the season, I keep using the analogy, you click the stove from off and you turn to low. And then once Eberflus got fired, it's at medium. And now I think it's a tick above medium because if Kevin Warren sits there and says, I can get the best head coach on the market, which is Ben Johnson right now. He's the sexiest pick. He has the highest ceiling. He's called his offense for 3 years. He says, if I can get the best guy for the job, if I just let Ryan Poles go and fire him, I think Kevin Warren's going to do it. I hope he does it. There's a lot of bad options out there for head coaching, but there's a couple good ones too. I don't have faith the Bears are going to do the right thing and hire the right guy just because that's the trauma this franchise has put on me. But I think next week, or especially Monday, when guys are getting fired and, maybe a guy like Brian Daboll, maybe we've talked about it for weeks now, Marcus, Kevin Stefanski, if he becomes available, he's a good option. If Brian Daboll becomes available, he's a good option. So Monday will tell a lot about what goes into this process still, but you're going to see every name pretty much linked to the Bears just because they got to leave no stone unturned, and I don't think they're going to do it. So.
And it's definitely going to be interesting to see how it plays out as soon as the season ends, how the coaching carousel goes, how the hiring process is, and how it plays out with Ryan Poles. Once again, this is The Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. Feel free to call at 847-931-1410. We're taking all callers as well. If you want to talk about Chicago Bears, you want to talk about anything Chicago sports, we're here to break it down. The thing that the reason why I'm optimistic, couple reasons. And even though this season has been a complete disaster, the reason why I haven't been broken. One, Caleb Williams has actually had a really good rookie year. I'm sorry, but I know everybody wants him to be this 4,000-yard passer, which is the way people talk about Caleb is as if he's a 5-year veteran. And I get that the kid's got a lot of poise. I get that, and I love that. I mean, like, when this guy steps to the mic, he sounds like he's been in the league for 4 years, right? The way he respects his teammates, his coaches, the way he is unflappable, even when they ask him very tough questions, and he doesn't shy away from them. He owns them. He owns up to his own bad play. He holds himself accountable. The kid acts like he's been in the league for 4 years already. So shout out to him for that and his professionalism. But when it comes to the numbers, Caleb has had a very good rookie year. And yeah, Jaden Daniels is obviously playing excellent, but Jaden Daniels' numbers don't blow Caleb's away. And the fact that Caleb has still got under double-digit interceptions, he still has thrown for 3,000 yards, and he's still close to throwing for 20 touchdowns. When we started this season, Blake, we talked about and we set parameters. If you remember correctly, and I'll go back and find the tapes if I have to, so everybody can know Marcus Mack ain't out here just making stuff up. No, I'm bringing the truth. And I said that if Caleb threw for 3,000 yards, and if he had 20-something touchdowns, and he threw for around 11 to 15 interceptions, I considered that a good season. You know what? He's gone past those expectations. This has been a very good season. So I'm optimistic for that because we do have the quarterback finally, something that has been such a nasty question mark for so long, even from Mitch to Justin. Is he the guy? We know Caleb's the guy. And that's also why the job is so intriguing. It's why so many coaches want to come, because they know, hey, yeah, the Bears got it right. They got a young quarterback that I can win with. Also, my second reason for optimism is because Kevin Warren is now in place. See, I keep reminding people, everybody keeps forgetting Kevin Warren was not at the job when Ryan Poles got hired. This is also probably why Ryan Poles has had behind-the-door trepidations about the Kevin Warren hire. Yes, make no mistake about it. That's another truth here on the Chicago Sports, that Ryan Poles has secretly been not pleased when the Bears brought Kevin Warren on. He did. It's from what it's kind of sounded like was that he expected once Mark Phillips retired that he was going to be reporting directly to George McCaskey and having his own say and way. And, and now as we've seen with some of the moves that has happened, I like the fact that Ryan Poles has someone sitting over his head. When you look at some of the questionable moves that he has done, there is definite reason to put out there that the Bears should move on from Ryan Poles. The signing of Nate Davis, the trade for Chase Claypool, the trading of Roquan Smith, and then the signing of Tremaine Edwards, who has been a massive understatement and not been able to play up nowhere near the same level. There's the list goes on. The drafting of Torrey Taylor in the 4th round, the drafting of Kareem Amagaju, who was hurt in the 3rd round. There's been quite a few things that has left people to have to say, what's going on with this guy? But I think that with Ryan Poles in place, I've got my fingers crossed that this ship could be righted. And, like I say, Warren is going to be entering his 3rd year this year. I want to see work on that stadium. And if Poles is to be let go, it's nice that it's a guy in place, that it's not George McCaskey's decision. Because, see, that's where it has to stop. It can't be. George is not a football guy. He has now put the football people in place. And now let's see where the chips are going. We got a caller right now, Blake. Hold on one second. Let's see what the caller has to say. Caller, you're on the air. Welcome to The Truth About Chicago Sports. What's going on, brother?
How you doing? Hey, this is Jeff Michaels. I'm actually the guy who's on at 1 o'clock today.
Okay.
I was listening to your show, and I thought I would join in. And I'm also a Bears season ticket holder, been since like 1998.
Excellent.
Very frustrated. And at the end of every year, I'm getting rid of these tickets. I'm selling my PSL.
Tell me about it. That's the sentiment of us all fans, you know?
Right. And then so we're talking about how we think this is going to play out. And all I can say is, they had Jim. First of all, Ryan Poles comes in. I understand having to make your own mark, okay? Trades Roquan Smith for nothing. All right, fine. Then he trades David Montgomery. Would you like to have that one back? I mean, when your number one running back right now is Keenan Allen? But then you come down to this question about the coach. And I understand that the general manager reports to McCaskey, not to Kevin Warren. But I heard a report that Jim Harbaugh, before he put his name out and started, talking to other teams after he left Michigan, called the Bears or came to the Bears, said he was interested in coming. And Kevin Warren, I guess because he came from the NCAA and he had that whole thing, they weren't interested. I don't know if it was a money thing. But, I mean, there you go. The fact that would have been perfect, bringing him in with Caleb Williams' first year. And they passed on him. So, and then they also passed on, Dan Quinn, who ended up going to Washington when they hired Eberflus. So that was not Ryan Poles. That was, Ryan, I forgot the guy.
Phillips. It was Phillips.
Right. But, at the end of the day, when you know that, McCaskey is the one, and McCaskey is not obviously a football guy. When I first got my season tickets, McCaskey was running the season ticket department. So he's obviously just been in the family business. He doesn't really know what
he is not a football guy at all.
I don't think he's even an entrepreneur or an executive type guy. Who knows? But so we'll see what happens. I just I don't have a lot of faith. I think these guys will mess up a free lunch. Pardon me? Ben Johnson. But I'd like to see Ben Johnson come in and give him the reins and saying, okay, you tell us what you want. You want us to stay out of it? We'll stay out of it. You want to be involved in all the draft pick? I mean, whatever he wants. I just don't see the Bears doing that. Look at this whole stadium thing. They brought in Kevin Williams. Kevin
Warren.
Warren, hello. Mm-hmm. And they just about screwed up the stadium thing. Now, it looks like they probably got it worked out, and it looks like it's probably going to end up in Arlington Heights, which is probably the best place to put it. But, they just about overpaid. They did, maybe it doesn't matter, but they grossly overpaid for the property, like by $60 million. That's my other business that I'm in. So I can tell you, and that's fine. If they make it work, all good. But so far, it looks like a cluster, you know what?
Yes, indeed. And everybody's holding their breath. And make no mistake about it, we all know that this deal, whatever happens with it's going to be backdoor hush-hush. It will not be played out in the public. Brother, thank you for calling us. We appreciate the call. Thank you for joining us. Look for you in studio in a little bit.
Okay, thanks.
So, once again, that was some great insight and some great breakdown as to exactly, like you say, what's happening around with this organization. And, the one thing that correction, Montgomery wasn't traded. Montgomery actually signed. He signed with the Detroit Lions. He did not want to sign with the Bears because he said he was sick of losing. And so therefore, and he had a point. I mean, look where we're at and look where he's at now, right? So, we can't say that David Montgomery was off on that at all. And it's just been a lot of little things that have just it's been just too much dysfunction, and it needs to come together. And missing on the hardball thing, we've talked about that, Blake, and it's real. That is a truth that's out there, is that Kevin Warren did not want to do business with Jim Harbaugh, but I also don't think Ryan Poles wanted to either. I believe that was a united front. I don't think that was just a Kevin Warren decision. I don't think Ryan Poles wanted him either. And remember one thing, Ryan Poles stamped his name on Eberflus. Yes, there has been some rumors that he was willing to move on from Eberflus during the offseason, but I don't really buy it. I don't really buy it because you go back to Hard Knocks, you really go and you look at the interviews that happened, and he was 100% sold that Eberflus could get this job done. And I don't think that for one second that he was ready to cut bait when hardball became available. I believe that he might have been more interested in listening more than Kevin Warren, but he had no interest in moving on from Eberflus, a guy who had 3 years left in his contract.
Yeah, I think the reports came out last week, or maybe I just read it last week, that Eberflus was reported to make like $4.5 million this year, which I don't know where that really puts him in like the coaching side of things. But I mean, it doesn't seem like the Bears should scoff over eating $4.5 million, but we know how the McCaskies operate. We know that they're on the cheaper side of things. But this is the overarching pain that we.
Hey, if they get it right though, Blake. If they get it right, will it even this matter? If Ben Johnson is that guy, and they're able to bring Ben in, and he unleashes the animal that I believe is inside of Caleb, then it's all a mea culpa. You know, like that's the thing. Out of all of the fumbling and bumbling, the Bears still have an opportunity to right this ship. Yeah or no?
Yeah, 100%. I think if Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams does not work in Chicago, I don't think anything will. So you might as well put all of your chips in the middle, go borrow some chips from your friends, find every dollar you have, and push them all in the middle on Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. And if it doesn't work, then I guess we're just back where we've always been. So can it get any worse? I would like to say no, but the Bears would find a way to make it worse. So I'll hold my breath on that.
And that's exactly it. That's where that's what we've been pushed to the brink. We literally, as fans out here, this is where most people have been broken. And I almost got broke. I'm pushed to the brink because it's like you see it. It's right there. We have the quarterback. We have weapons. We have key guys that are signed. If they fix the trenches, and I mean that wholeheartedly, I don't want to see another player on this team until it is linemen that have been put in place. Defense and offensive side of the ball. If they fix the trenches, I could see an immediate resurgence from this team with the proper coach.
Yeah, I remember back a couple years ago when the Detroit Lions drafted Jahmyr Gibbs, and everyone was like, why'd the Lions do that? They have all these other pieces. Why do they need more weapons? And Jahmyr Gibbs turns around and plays as good as he does. Penei Sewell turns out as good as he does. Let these football guys make these football decisions, because me on my couch, I will never act like I'm smarter than the people in the front office. That's why I back most front offices a lot, because I am not smarter than them. I don't have the access to the information they do. But let Ben Johnson, even if he has to overextend his reach and say, hey, I need Ashton Janke at number 9, that means that you need to go out and pay for some O-linemen, then do it. Let Ben Johnson craft this team and build it in the image he wants. Because he took the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions are Super Bowl favorites, not contenders, favorites. He can do it with the Bears too. I have faith in that.
Yes, indeed. Here's my sneaky wish list, and I'm just old school like that. Can we please get a dominant beast, Hall of Fame to Pro Bowl running back, and an animal at middle linebacker? It has always seen that the Bears have been at their best, and the last 2 times they've been at the Super Bowl was when they had dominant run game and an animal at middle linebacker. And that required the trenches to be strong. If you get the trenches strong, I believe that you can go out and venture into many different avenues. And yes, the kid from Boise State maybe wouldn't be a bad idea as long as your trenches are strong. So I need to see that. That's my dream. I don't know how that's going to come to fruition, but I would love if we could get back to that monster of the Midway real style, coupled with the weapons that we already have and the quarterback that we've got in place. Once again, this is the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410 AM in Studio 14. This is your host, Marcus Mack. I'm joined by brother Blake Cowell as we're breaking down all things Chicago sports. We're sitting there right now talking about the Chicago Bears. When we get back from break, we're going to continue breaking down the Bears. We're going to talk about the matchup with the Bears and the Green Bay Packers. We're also going to talk about the roster. We're going to see who should stay, who should go in terms of starters and maybe even key guys that are on the bench. Once again, here on The Truth About Chicago Sports, WRMN 1410 AM. Let's go.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Looking for the perfect way to kick off your Saturday night? Tune in to Court's CD Showcase on WRMN. Join us every Saturday night from 7 to 9 p.m. for 2 hours of non-stop musical magic. Court is spinning the best tracks from your favorite artist, plus hidden gems you've never heard before. Whether you love rock, pop, jazz, or country, Court's got the mix that keeps the memories flowing. So set your dial to WRMN and don't miss Court's CD Showcase every Saturday night from 7 to 9 p.m. Your weekend just got a whole lot better. WRMN, the voice of the Valley and the talk of the town, welcomes Court's CD Showcase next week.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports with your host, Marcus Mack, here on WRMN 1410 AM. Let's go! As we are in Studio 14, I am joined by Brother Blake Cowell, and now here joining us on the call-in line, our local sports reporter, Francisco Avila. What's going on, brother?
Great to be with you guys. It's great to be with you, Marcus, and also as well with you, Blake. And yeah, I'm just joining as a sad, disappointed Bears fan. Optimistic for the future, but hoping it doesn't get as worse as it has.
Yes, indeed. It has been an absolute dumpster fire. I mean, to think where we started, guys, going back to the draft, like I'm going to go all the way back to April when Caleb was drafted, and the optimism, and then the free agent signings, the moves, the bringing on of Keenan Allen, DeAndre Swift being signed. It was so much, hope out there and promise, and then the season coming out 4-2, and then the failed Mary, and this is where we're at now, where the team is 4-12. And on their last desperate gas as they get ready to play the rivals, the Green Bay Packers. Before we get to breaking down the matchups, let's play a little roster game, guys. Should I stay or should I go? As a good old song from a 80s band. I don't know, you guys probably didn't listen to that stuff too little. Good old punk rock there. But should I stay or should I go? Let's play that game right now. When it comes to the starters of the Bears, so obviously Caleb Williams, right? Stay, correct?
Stay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Stay. Okay. Now, Roschon Johnson.
That's an interesting one.
That's an interesting one.
I'm going to say go only based on the premise, and this is where the rules of the game are going to get confusing for me. I think this draft class is loaded with running backs. You can replace Roschon with someone who's A, going to be cheaper, and B, probably going to be a little bit better. So I will say Roschon, go.
Yeah, because he's limited, right? I mean, right, Francisco? He's pretty much a goal line guy. Not a lot of speed if the Bears could get. And I know there's a shot in the jar. We're talking about the kid from Ohio, from Boise State, but there's so many other running backs that the Bears could get, maybe even in a what's that, when a guy undrafted free agent as well. So what do you think, Francisco? Roschon, stay or go?
Yeah, I think go as well. I agree with Blake. Like you said, he's also limited, and I think right now we do have pretty good offensive options. I know that is something that a lot of people are saying we need more offensive options, but I actually also think you also get to this later, but I think we also need more defensive players. I think that's also something that's hurting Caleb's game. He's being, like we spoke a little bit of Caleb, but I think right now he's also being a little cautious, not throwing as much, not looking for offensive drives, only looking for the pockets. I think that's because the defense isn't helping him, isn't allowing him that cover to make those passes that we know he can make. So I think that's also a change that we need.
Yes, I agree with that. DeAndre Swift, he's under contract, so we know he has to stay. Even though if someone can make a good argument with me, I'd say go, because I definitely think that young quarterbacks needs way more production from that running back position. But we'll move on past that. We'll go to Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen, who's going to be an unrestricted free agent, stay or go?
I'm going to say Keenan Allen, stay. I mean, he's had a decent season. I mean, he's going to end up he has 719 yards now. I think after Sunday he gets above that 750, maybe even over 800, 7 touchdowns. You could really see as the season went on, Caleb Williams trusts Keenan Allen to make a play when he needs him. It seems like he's had a lot more drops. I don't have the stats that will back that in front of me, just from the eye test and riffing off cuff. Seems like he had a couple more drops than he has in past years. But, I mean, I think if you can get him at the right price, Keenan Allen, stay. Third and Keenan, Caleb has trust in him. I think they can build on some good chemistry, and especially if they get the right play caller in there, Keenan Allen will be staying in my book.
Francisco?
Yeah, I agree. I think he should stay. He's produced really well. He's been able to score touchdowns. And if we get the right coach and we get the right defensive players they'll allow Caleb to do what he can do and allow Keenan Allen to explode like we know he can and produce what he can and also do even better than he has.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the stay as well. We'll see. Like you say, it's got to be prices right though. I mean, I don't want the Bears were paying for. They did trade. They used a draft pick to bring him in. I think it'd be senseless to just let him go now. Now, yes, maybe he might want to go and play for a team that's more suited that he feels could be a Super Bowl contender next year, possibly. But I really think that he built a great relationship with Caleb. And remember, he was hurt for about the first 4 games of the season. So you really factor that in. Keenan probably would have finished with a 1,000-yard season. We're going to move on next. Gerald Everett, stay or go?
Go. Get him out
Go.
of here.
I go.
Not enough.
Go. Not enough production at all.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Not much else to say. Go.
Go. Mercedes Lewis, stay or go?
Go. Retire.
Go.
Enjoy
Retire.
Enjoy your riches.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Go. Tevin Jenkins.
That's an interesting one. Tevin Jenkins is interesting because when he's on the field, he does actually play pretty well. His health is a concern. I'm going to say stay just because I don't have faith that Ryan Poles can replace him with someone better. And that is why I'm so low on Ryan Poles right now. It's because when we say build the trenches, every piece he's brought in has sucked. They've just been not good. Tevin Jenkins, let's not forget, he's a Ryan Pace guy. I'm going to say, based on what we know of Ryan Poles and his ability to find offensive linemen, Tevin Jenkins will be staying.
I want to lean towards staying at the right price. That's where I lean with that. You need to stay at the right price. The Bears cannot overpay for a guy that's consistently beat up and injured, but you need depth. And the thing about it is that the Bears need 4 offensive linemen. The only guy that I'm sold on is Darnell Wright. And so you're going to have to get a center. You're going to have to get a right guard to replace Nate Davis, and you need a left tackle desperately. So with that in mind, the Bears are probably going to be able to draft 2 of them and sign 1 of them, which means, therefore, you probably need to re-sign Tevin Jenkins. Now, if you can get depth from Matt Pryor and Kareem Amagaji, who I believe they should switch to guard, now we're talking in terms of if Jenkins can't hold up, if his body can't hold up, you've got solid guys to come in and play. And let's remember, we've got Bates as well, who should be able to play a role once he actually returns healthy. Francisco, what do you think about Jenkins?
I think it's always a worry and maybe a concern as well to have a player who's injury prone. And that's always a worry. And I know, like, Bears fans are going to say, like, all the players should leave. We've had a horrible season. But like you said, we do need depth. We do need players who are versatile. And for the right price, he could be a really good asset. So I'm leaning to no because of that worry of injury prone. But I'm on the fence because we do need that depth.
All right. We're going to switch to the defensive side of the ball, and we'll move through this quickly because I know, Francisco, you can't be here all day with us, but we do appreciate whenever you can join. Zach Pickens, he's going to be, I know he was a lower round pick. He's come up in his 3rd year, I believe. They're going to be 4th year from there to be up to the Bears to kind of make a decision from there. So I guess they got 1 more year to kind of ride it out. But what do you think? Stay or go if it comes to push or shove?
Comes to push or shove, go.
Go.
Zach Pickens hasn't done enough. He hasn't shown enough. Go.
Francisco, stay or go?
I'd have to say go for most of the defensive players. The defense hasn't really convinced me. Like I've been saying a lot, they haven't protected Caleb how I think they should. And there's a lot of options. I think we'll also get to this if we have time, but there's also a couple options in the next draft. Like I was looking at a couple players like Jason Graham in Michigan and Mason Graham in Michigan and also Jason Henderson. I know there's a lot of options in defense, and that's something we need. So in the next draft, that's a really priority.
Yeah, yes, indeed. All right, we're going to come straight down the line. And I've already, you know how I feel. I've made my statements on this. I think he needs to go. Tremaine Edmonds.
Ooh.
Yeah, go.
I'm going to say stay.
Okay.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I mean, he's a free agent after this year, right? Or he's.
I think he's got one more year. I think he might be under
another year.
contract one more year. I think. I don't have his contract
so
in front of
going
me.
into next season, yeah. Yeah, I would say keep him around for another year. See how he produces. Now, after that, I don't know. It kind of just depends which new defensive coordinator, where do they want to take this defense for the future. But, I mean, you got to remember, too, we specifically traded away Roquan Smith to give his money toward Tremaine Edmonds and, why am I blank, TJ Edwards. So I'm going to keep Tremaine Edmonds around for another season, see how he produces. I know this year was kind of a letdown year, but when you invest that much, not so much money, money and time in a guy, I think you got to kind of ride out the contract, whether it's good or bad. But I will say stay for Edmonds.
And the hardest one on this list, Jaquan Brisker, the hitman himself, the missile who literally transforms this team. But guess what? Next year is his 4th year. And remember, he was a second-round pick, so they don't get a 5th-round option. The Bears have to make a decision whether to give him a contract, have faith that he can come back and be the same player, or do you say go? Because the hitman is so special, I say stay. That could be a mistake because these are the types of things that could come back to burn you if you try to ride out with a guy that then the season starts and then he's done again when he's such a heart and soul of a defense. And make no mistake, that defense has not been the same since the hitman went out. What do you guys think?
No.
Stay or go for Jaquan?
I'm gonna say stay as well. I think he's just you got too much fire. And what does this team lack? Really, like you just mentioned, since he's gone out, they've missed the fire. And a lot of it just relies on his health. I don't think a lot of people had reservations on his actual ability to play football. His coverage wasn't as good, or him in coverage wasn't as good at certain points. But, man, if he can just refine how he tackles people, because it is reckless, it is injury-prone, as we've seen, and he had a concussion that has eliminated the rest of his season this year at least. I'm going to say stay. I think he brings a lot more to the team than just what's on the field, and I think that's just something that the Bears need to get back to relevancy. They need that fire, so I think he's worth definitely keeping. So I'll say stay.
Yeah. What about you, Francisco, the hitman? Stay or go?
I think stay. Like you guys were all noting to the fact that those reckless tackles have halted his career with the Bears a little bit. But that's also, I think, what the Bears need, that intensity, like you said, that fire, like that want to play the game and do anything you need to win. And we haven't seen that since the beginning of the season, that fight, that grit, the morale's been down. So I think having a player like him to show that to all the players, especially Caleb, who now won't be a rookie, he'll be in his 2nd season, and you have to fight for the win, work every day. And I think if he brings that to practice and in games, I think the morale for the Bears will change.
And my final guy, our favorite knucklehead, Tyrique Stevenson. This would not have even been a thought at the beginning of the season after the way he played last year. His rookie season was so impressive, I wouldn't have not ever thought to say his name. Now, mind you, you look at his PFF grade, the kid's is still in the top 5. He's still in the top 5. So let's not act like he's been getting burned and he's just one of the worst cornerbacks in the NFL. He's not. The kid has really played very well opposite Jalen Johnson, and he gets a lot thrown at him because people do avoid Jalen Johnson a lot. Shout out to him for going to the Pro Bowl, only Bears player on the roster. But the knucklehead stuff, and literally we could say he cost the Bears a game. Stay or go for Tyrique Stevenson?
Yeah, he's staying in my book too. I think that he just got away with a lot of things that Matt Eberflus let him get away with. Obviously, the Hail Mary, but amongst other things, he's one of those guys that, I look at the Lions, and who do I hate to play against the Lions? Kirby Joseph, Anzalone, the guys that I would call dirty, but others could call intensity because they're annoying. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, forever on the Saints, annoying. You know what Tyrique Stevenson is? He's annoying for other players. It's good to have one of those guys, kind of like in hockey, you have the goon, the guy that comes in and starts roughing some people up. I think the Bears need that too. And like you said, he's not a bad player. He's a little immature, but could a guy, whoever the next head coach is, can he reel that in and turn that into positive energy, I'm gonna put my faith in that. At least he is staying.
What about you, Francisco? Stay or go for Tyreek
Yeah.
Stevenson?
I think there's some things that he's done that people have overlooked, like we all know, and a lot of Bears recognize, like what Blake was talking about, the Hail Mary. That's something that we'll never forget. Probably not in a long time, but I think if we've been speaking, there's a lot of options for coaches, and Ben Johnson. I know there's also a coach, defensive coordinator, I believe, at the Dolphins is also an option that I was looking at. And if we have a coach who has leadership and can develop players like him and to mature and show us the potential that he has, I think he'll be really good for the Bears. So I'd say stay.
All right, then that's our roster breakdown heading into the end of the season. Stay or go. Thank you guys for playing the game. Let's do some keys for the Bears versus Packers. For the Bears to actually get this win, what are going to be the keys that need to happen? Francisco, you go first, brother.
I think it's taking advantage of Jalen Johnson. I don't think he'll give up a single reception, and I think he'll just be really good for us. And I think just trying to make the most out of Caleb Bloom's final game of the season, trying to make sure he's competent for next season and hopefully to get some touchdowns.
Yes, indeed. Hopefully to get some touchdowns. My keys are, I'm going to tell you right now, I want to see competent play from the offense as a whole. Help this young kid out. Show up. Let's not be the Cancun Bears this week. Let's actually be the Chicago Bears and show up for this kid, Caleb, because he's been the only person that's been playing in the last couple weeks. So I hope that they come up, and show out. I loved what Jalen Johnson said. He said, I'm going to leave it all on the line. We're bringing it to him, and I hope that they bring just that. Play with intensity. Play with fire. That's going to be my key right there. I think if they bring intensity and fire, they're going to overwhelm a Packers team that's looking for the playoffs and just trying to get out of this game, making sure that they're healthy. So definitely come out, come hit them hard, hit them fast, and play hard. I think that if they could give this kid just a little bit of time, that's going to be my biggest key is the offensive line for once. They're rested. They've had some ample time to actually sit back and get their heads up out their butt. Protect for this kid, and let's let it rip. There's nothing else to lose, Thomas Brown. You've already lost the job. So, you know what? You don't need to be conservative anymore. Just open up the playbook, let it rip, let it down the field. Doesn't matter about interceptions anymore. Doesn't matter about any of it. The season is over. Challenge the Packers. Play over the top, down the field football. What about you, Brother Blake?
My key to the game is going to be DJ Moore. Can he put his vacation dreams aside for one more week? I don't know if he can, but that's why he's the key. Last week, Sam Darnold passed for 377 yards and 3 touchdowns against this Green Bay secondary. Listen, the Bears are elevated when their best players, like DJ Moore, are playing at their best. If he can go out there, do what he does, plays hard for 3 more hours, that'll open up everything else. Will open up the Roumeliotis of the world. Will open up the Keenan Allens of the world, and in return make Caleb Williams' job a lot easier. I hate that it relies on our highest-paid player in Bears history to play hard, but that is where we're at on the season. He is, at least in my eyes, checked out, so that's why he's the key to the game. He plays hard. Caleb Williams will play well, and in return see if we can get the offense rolling, score some points, and beat Green Bay for the first time since 2018.
Yes, indeed. If we can get DJ Moore out of Cancun and back in Chicago, that'd be great. Francisco, thank you so much for joining us. As always, we love you joining us. Our local sports reporter, Francisco Avila, joining us here on the call-in line. Brother Francisco, where can I find you?
Yeah, it's always great to be with you here, Marcus and Blake. And you guys can find me on Twitter, on X at Francis22309311, and on Instagram at Francisco_Avila20. So it's great to be with you guys. Hopefully the Bears win tomorrow. If not, we'll just have to wait for next season.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Happy New Year to you, brother. Thank you for joining us as always. We look forward to you joining us next week, and maybe we'll be talking about a turn of events and a Bears victory instead of a loss.
Yeah, I hope so. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. All right, Francisco, have a good one, brother.
Thank you. You guys as well.
That was once again Francisco Avila, our local Chicago sports reporter, joining us and breaking down Bears, the roster and keys for the Bears' last game of the season against the Green Bay Packers at noon up north in Lambeau Field on Fox. We're here on WRMN 1410 AM. This is another Fox Valley Sports Field Saturday. We were joined by On the Rise first from 8 to 10 and then followed up by here, yours truly with Brother Blake Cowell, the truth about Chicago sports. As we've been breaking down all things Chicago sports here today, we've talked college playoffs, we've talked Bulls, we've talked Bears, we've talked Blackhawks. Once again, if you missed it, once again, it's been announced, Derrick Rose jersey will be retired next year. Tonight is an honoring of Derrick Rose at the United Center, but next year will be the retirement of his jersey. Blake, as we get ready to start this new year and this Bears season is starting to come to an end, you know, what was so hopeful has just been just a dumpster fire. And to the point where the coach got fired in season. Has this been one of the worst Bears seasons in the last, I don't know, let's just say the last 10 years?
Yeah, I'll rope in 2014. I think that was kind of the last dumpster fire season when the locker room was lost. Mark Trestman just sat on the sideline like a small coward that he was, and everyone turned against their coach. And I mean, let's make no mistake about it. The Bears fired their head coach for the first time ever mid-season. I would say yes. This is probably the worst Bears season in the last 10 years in terms of expectations versus reality, and that's just where we're at. But again, when you have the quarterback, there's a quick, easy fix to just find the right head coach. So it can be an easy bounce back. That's what we do as Bears fans. We buy back in. But
yes,
yeah,
indeed.
This was a rough one, and I'm glad it's over.
We got one more caller here before we're closing out the show. Caller, what's your thoughts here? You're joining us before we're closing out here on The Truth About Chicago Sports. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, Marcus and Blake? This is Downtown Jose. I just want to say I enjoy your show every Saturday. I'm glad the Bulls are retiring Derrick Rose number because when that man was in his prime, he was a bad man. And the Bears, don't get mad, guys, but the Bears ain't going to score tomorrow.
Probably not.
Get blown out.
We're not mad at all. You're just keeping it real with us, brother. Mad. Downtown Jose, thank you so much for joining us, brother. We love your support. We appreciate you.
Love you guys. You guys be good and be safe.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate it. Be safe.
Once again, that's Downtown Jose joining us in on the call-in line. We love all our callers. Make sure to please join us anytime. We love anytime you can call us here at 847-931-1410. Blake, as we get ready to wrap up another brilliant show, my brother, there's so much that's happening in 2025. I'm so excited. We're now affiliated with the Chicago White Sox. We've got a last game of the season with the Bears, maybe a new coaching hire hopefully soon. And this new year, 2025, what are you looking for, brother, quickly?
Looking for in terms of what? Just Chicago sports?
Yes, Chicago sports. What are you looking for in 2025?
Hey, I'm looking forward to I'm obviously a big Cubs guy. Let's see if we can get a Chicago sports team back to the playoffs. I'm excited for spring training. I'm excited to see what this Cubs team can do. Shaw, two young guys coming up. Let's see if those are some new headlining stars soon to be in Chicago. What about you?
I'm excited for a new coach, definitely. But I'm you know what? I am going to be excited because it's going to be interesting how it plays out with this draft and what the Bears do with this draft. And then, yes, with the upcoming baseball season, it'll be nice to see, hopefully, that we can get a team that's actually playing some winning baseball around here. That'd be great. So definitely looking forward to spring training as well and seeing what can happen from there. But other than that, right now, we just got to toil through it all and pull through it all. I appreciate everyone for joining us, that being a part of this from last year. Brother Blake, thank you for being a part of this from last year, carrying into this year. We love you all. We want to thank all of our listeners here for joining us here on 1410 WRMN in Studio 14, Elgin, Illinois. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports with your host, Marcus Mack. I'm joined by my boy, Blake Cowell, as we're bringing you everything Chicago sports every Saturday, 10 to 12. Don't be late. Make sure you're here because you never know what we're going to drop on you here on The Truth About Chicago Sports. We're out.
political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in, let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
On a Saturday, and Chief Guard of the Republic is here. It's time for Michael Tooman every Saturday, noon to 1. Good afternoon, Mike.
Good afternoon. And fixed bayonets, comrades. This is Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid. Every Saturday, noon to 1, WRMN, 1410 AM, Fox River Valley Media Network, streaming on 1410.com, WRMN 1410.com. Studio number here is 847-931-1410. Or the text is 505-926-1410. I see the magic phone. It's actually a Motorola, that is there for the magic text at 505-926-1410. You could hit us up in the comments on Facebook Live on the WRMN 1410 channel. Rolla, that is there for the magic text at 505. I'm getting a delay. That's
yeah, I'm hearing you there too. We have Paul on the line now, so I'm trying to get him going, and I think we eliminated that echo. So I think Paul's with us now, Mike.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, how you doing?
All right. So this week we wanted to talk about innovations in technology that were made as the result of the Army or the Department of Defense or any other military for that matter, and that can come to very great use in civilian life. In fact, we've forgotten that it took conflict and war to bring out these simple but almost necessary what you call luxuries of life now. And so one of the if you think that the Department of Defense spends way too much money on everything, there are some things that are almost priceless that they have come up with. And the reason it comes through the Department of Defense because, of course, they have the deep pockets. If you were an individual inventor and you invented some very specific gadget to do a very specific thing, and you had to market it and push it out there and make all the tooling to make this done, it would get really expensive and unlikely that you get to be able to push it out there. But the Department of Defense has a many programs through DARPA. Now, everyone that remembers the X-Files, I mean, am I dating myself down? Paul, how old is the X-Files now? 20 years since the last show?
At least, maybe 25.
Yeah, and there were. If you watch the whole thing, there are two evil agencies in the United States, the deep state, so to speak. For that term has become very popular. But in the X-Files, the deep state is DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, which is a real agency, and FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Now, we've all seen that FEMA's kind of been they're kind of ineffectual at the moment. They have proven themselves unable to handle certain things. Their organization is in a state of dishonor right now. So DARPA is still going strong. I don't think they've dishonored themselves yet, but maybe they might. But Paul, what's your favorite invention that came out of the military?
Well, when I was a kid, my dad always told me something. He always told me that we wouldn't have had really canned goods unless it was for Napoleon, because Napoleon needed a source of food for his troops, and they had a thing for making the foods and canning it. But the perfect thing for my favorite is what they used to call 100-mile-an-hour tape, but we know it today as duct tape. Okay, it was a woman in 1943. Her sons were in the military, I think the Navy, and they had a way of using this paper tape to open up cases of ammunition. And sometimes the paper tape would fail, and that could be dangerous. So she came up with an idea of using cloth and then making it a better form of tape. And she submitted it to President Roosevelt in a letter with a diagram. And actually, in 1943, she won a prize from the Chicago Tribune for being, it was called the War Worker Award. And she, the first duct tape was green, olive drab. And then it was used in all forms. And if something would happen to a vehicle and they would have to, attach a fender or something, they just taped it. That's how it got the name 100-mile-an-hour tape. And they used them on planes and things like that. And then it progressed to duck, because it was, duck. And then after the war, for furnaces, duct tape. So that's one of the most common inventions that came from a military application.
Originally, the fabric was a duck fabric. So the cotton duck,
like a canvas.
Yeah, canvas, and they put a adhesive on it and waterproofed the top a little bit. See, so what was with these boxes of ammunition? These were artillery rounds, and they would put them in a cardboard box, and then to keep them waterproof, they would dip the box in wax, so it would be wax coated, all the way through. And if you tried to pull the paper, if that paper ripped, now you're digging with your fingernails. If you don't have a knife handy, and a lot of these things you don't want to open with a knife, you won't have it handy. You won't have your hands free. So they went with the canvas. And what's funny about that is here's a great invention, right? And all of her bosses were like, we're not going to do that. No, we're not going to do that. No, we're not going to do that. And it goes all the way up to the president of the United States. She just sends him a letter, and obviously someone on his staff read it and says, you know what? This is a great idea. And he has to go down to the contractor that's making these things and say, yeah, you will do this. You will do it. Ordering them to. So sometimes these old timers, man, you actually have to order them to use the new technologies. It's just like, oh no, I'm old school with this. It reminds me on the police job, we had the manual typewriters, and there was one detective there. He old school guy, he was old when I came on the job, but he's still on there. He only used the manual typewriter. But then they ran out of ribbons for him. He couldn't get any more from the city. Now, me, if I liked using that typewriter, I would go out and buy ribbons. There has to be, someone's got to have a stockpile of them somewhere just so I could use it. But not him. No, the city's got to provide it. So now he had to force himself to learn to use the electric typewriter. So that was a whole big learning curve for him. And when we went over to computer stuff, he retired. He's like, oh, I can't handle this anymore. Too much technology. And I think if you go back and weapons, military, so not farming, not construction work, just strictly military. I think one of the first, other than using a weapon, they say, what was it? A war hammer or a mace, and basically a rock attached to a stick. It was like one of the first weapons. It wasn't for hunting. It was like for defense, But other than that, the helmet, the steel, the metal helmet, all right? From that, there's no other reason to wear it. It's uncomfortable. It limits your vision, all right? It limits your head movement and everything. But it's useful in war because you're protecting your head, right? And so that, in the beginning, people only wore it for defending their head in war. But then we started getting things like hard hats, football helmets, regular helmets, construction worker helmets. Guys that go into the mines, they got the helmets, keep rocks from falling on them. And that is, because of the military, that has come into the world. We're talking about 80,000 years ago, the first helmets were probably made. So now, the primary safety thing. And it took a while, right? Because like when I was growing up in the 60s there, bicycle helmets, no one wore those, man. You would, you wouldn't be able to live it down socially if you wore one. Now it's like, everyone's got to have. But I had my kids in bicycle helmets. I never wore them, but I still don't wear them. In at Fort Belvoir when I was there working at the Pentagon, they had a helmet law. Well, you had to wear a helmet on base. Safety for the military. So I had my moped, and I was wearing my steel pot, my old Vietnam-era steel pot. When I first came in the early 80s there, we were issued steel pots. We didn't have the Kevlar. So there's another lead-in. Now we got Kevlar, right? And that was another thing funded for the military, they've been working on World War I, right? Ballistic vests. Well, the ballistic vests in World War I were pretty much a half-inch steel plate that you wore, kind of heavy. Limits your movement, makes you slow. And now we're down to like dragon scale armor, which is really lightweight, and it'll stop a 9mm round. So the Kevlar that comes out of that, now look at all the uses for that fiber. They developed one fiber, right? And now, beyond military, that type of fiber is used if I was ever to construct a house, all right, they collect up old Kevlar vests and the scraps from making Kevlar vests and the Kevlar helmets and everything else they make out of Kevlar. They collect up all the scraps, they shred them, and they mix them in with cement. And when they pour that cement and that cement hardens, that's like the rebarred cement. You need a diamond blade to go through that stuff. It's like awesome. If I ever built a house, it would be out of poured concrete Kevlar reinforced cement. So, all right. So, do you think that in this age of technology now and everything else, with the high-tech mega corporations like Microsoft, Tesla, Dell, and everyone else, the AMD, the chip makers and everything, with these Raytheon and all stuff, do you think it still requires government funding for units like DARPA and Innovation Command in the Army?
I think maybe for small companies, it would, because of the cost for the R&D factor. But I think that other companies encourage their employees to make innovation and changes, like even going back, I think they discovered Teflon by accident. They left something in a beaker overnight. They were looking for some chemical property thing, and then they realized that they could use this stuff for things. It was a type of a polymer. So things that are found like that by accident, maybe. But I think for a small company, if you have an idea but you don't have the ability to fund it, a government contract or study helps. But for large companies, I think they're large enough to have their own departments to at least venture off into an area. Because I remember that was kind of like how they discovered super glue. It came up 10 years before they actually found a use for it. They were looking to make the plastic canopies for airplanes. and some guy tried it and he accidentally glued together two lenses. It was an old formula they had, and the guy said, "Wait a minute, we could use this in other ways," and then that's how that developed. So I mean, I think they take old ideas, look at them, but I think they could also, through their own research and development, but mostly bigger companies can do it on their own. Smaller companies might have an idea, but they got to have like a Kickstarter or a funder somehow, GoFundMe for something like that. And I think that's the way government might be able to help in that.
Yeah, in the military, you come into some very niche problems, very, very specific problems that require solutions. It's like snap-on tools, right? So automotive companies, the engineers there, they make the engines, they make the cars, really weird shapes, hard to get to, hard to work on. So they have to have specialized tools, like one specialized tool to do one thing, and it's only used on that one car for that one thing. And if you're working on your own car, you can't just go out and have all those specialized tools. It's expensive, and then you only use it once. And where's the use in that, right? So the government, the military has these niche markets, like, oh, we need something, to prevent IEDs from exploding. We need something to prevent a jammer. And where is that going to be used in civilian life? How is that going to market it on the civilian? Who can afford it and everything? But it's a little thing that the Army needs, but big companies aren't going to go after that thing without a government contract, without like a guaranteed funding for their research and development. My question is that after they've gotten this research and development funding and it takes off, but let's say the duct tape was actually, the company was actually funded to invent this, right? To research it, and the government paid for that. And now it's taken off, right? It's making gazillions of dollars on whoever has the patent on it, right? Shouldn't those companies, out of the goodness of their heart, pay back the research and development money now after they've made so much profit off of it?
Well, they should be enter into a licensing agreement where they at least pay back some of the money, like a royalty, to be able to do it. And it's something that transcends more than this. Like I know one of the things I do is I like watching YouTube channels, and there's a really good YouTube channel out there, a knife guy, and he's a Marine, and he's been talking about these Timu knives that are coming over that have the Marine Corps symbol on them. Well, they can't do that. They have to get permission from the Marine Corps.
Oh, the Chinese can do whatever they want. You know that.
Right. But they're not supposed to. And if you could be forced to enter into an agreement to use the symbol, you should be forced to enter into an agreement to use the product that they funded.
Yes. And that's, there's where you get pirating, right? Where you get the companies ripping off stuff. You go to a flea market and you're going to find the Rolexes, the fake Rolexes. You're going to find the fake Mont Blanc pens. You're going to find all the expensive stuff that they pirated, and now they're selling for, if it cost them $1 to make with a 40% markup, that should be $1.40. But they're charging like $20 for it because normally you'd have to pay $100. So they're making a huge profit off this pirated stuff. And yeah, they should be paying copyright, because I'm not going to buy a Mont Blanc pen unless it has the Mont Blanc emblem, the star, the white star on the top. And if someone pirates that, they're doing copyright infringement or something. And where's the enforcement on that for companies? Well, I think in that case where it comes like that is if the company really cares, then they'll enforce it. They'll have a legion of lawyers to sue, right? And not expect the FBI to go after these people, because they're not funding the FBI so much. So it's a foreign company, They just we're the biggest market here. Yeah. So
well, that's interesting, because in the model world, like you would build models of airplanes, even if the company's out of business, if you're trying to build like a model of a Douglas bomber, okay, and now the companies cannot do that unless they still have a license from the company or its successor that went out of business. So there's a lot of models that were made in the 60s and things like that that can never be remade because they don't have licensing agreements with either the government, like to use the Air Force name, and it even goes into model railroading with railroads. They, like you think that, oh, that's a defunct railroad. Well, you can't get a model train made with that unless they have a licensing agreement with Lionel or Model Power or Lifelike. So, I mean, it's only fair that once it's made, you get an agreement, with the one that's producing it if they're making money off of it.
Yeah, and they come full circle out that how that reflects back on the Department of Defense is the money. I've got to stop saying I've been doing this long enough. All right, so the money that we put out, all right, our tax dollars that is put out, it's almost like a lottery that money is well spent, and it comes back with some great innovation that without the deep pockets of the government pushing that, we never get the innovation. One of the biggest things that comes to mind is the internet. Not the Al Gore internet. I'm talking about the DARPA internet, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. Now, they went through in conglomeration with, in cooperation with a lot of the major universities. And the major universities and these major banks were the only ones at the time that could afford the mega computers, the big computers with the 16-track reel-to-reel tapes that they used for data and the processing power that took up, an entire floor of the Sears Tower to do the processing on that. Only these major banks and these big universities with their endowments could afford to have these things. And people would dial, as the CRT tubes came into use, the cathode ray tubes, where people didn't need the punch cards and the big printouts on paper, as it came into more public use, and the PC computers came out, people started dialing into these mega computers and using the processing power there, and then they would talk to each other. They would hook up, and they started having internet protocols and hypertext markup language and all that stuff. So DARPA says, hey, passing this information is important, and having a connectivity in case one major computer goes down, if you could have connectivity into another, they could share the workload. So they started hooking them up through through mega lines, and then it just took off because now all of a sudden you got everyone dialing in, and then the personal computers got bigger and the servers got smaller, and people started. AOL came in, America Online with their big servers, and they were followed by other companies, and then the internet took off. All right, it took off. But without the power and the money behind DARPA, that may have taken another 10, 15 years.
Well, one of the interesting facts is, and you're right, the first connection, and it was funded by a government program, was from the University of California in Los Angeles to Stanford University in San Francisco, and it was 1969. And you want to know what the two interesting fun facts about the first message? The first message crashed the internet, and here's how it crashed it. They sent the word login, but they could only get the LO, and then it crashed. So login was the first communication, and it crashed the system the first time it was used.
Okay. All right, when we come back after these messages, more Chief Guard of the Republic and innovations that the military has created for all of us in civilian life.
12:30 here on WRMN. Coming up in the next hour, it's the Jeff Michaels Show from 1 until 2. And then we got Rich on Tech from 2 until 5. Keep it here on this cold Saturday afternoon in downtown Elgin. Sunshine and 21 degrees.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
A loved one owns a gun, and for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant, they've been unpredictable, they've been lashing out. They've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel. Fix Bayonets, comrades, this Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with co-host. Oh, here we go again. Sorry. Fix Bayonets to the rear. Advance to the rear. Never retreat, always advance to the rear. All right.
Well, okay, let me try to kill this. There we go, it's gone.
Okay.
It was stubborn.
So for those of you that do not know, that is the last radio or the last bugle call you want to hear when you're in combat. That's Fix Bayonets. That means you're surrounded, you're out of ammunition, there's nowhere to go but form a wedge and try to charge your way out of the position. Just it's a final thing. And But I think it's fixed band. Whenever I hear that, it just stirs up emotions in me. Right? So we're talking about military innovations and how they affect civilian life. The big one I see coming is drone technology. Not just drone technology, but the way they fly and the payloads they can handle. So I think right now we're going to owe a lot of this to the Russians and indirectly us funding the Ukrainians. That the biggest part of the warfare over there right now is drone warfare. If you dominate drone warfare over there, you're winning the battle. So as one drone, a lot of them are suicide drones, other are supply drones. And as they start carrying heavier payloads, it's like, what's to prevent these drones from carrying a human payload? If a bomb weighs 200 pounds and your soldier weighs 200 pounds, you could have a bomb explode, or you could bring soldiers in rapidly, drop them off with these things. And it's almost like airborne, except you don't need a C-130, a 141, a C-17, and in rare cases, C-5 to drop them all in, or a Chinook. So.
Or what's frightening is you could bring them in the area in those planes and have them drone around and then drop them later.
Yeah. Well, they got drone swarms, but as they started off with the first cannons were rocks, big rocks. They would fire big, heavy boulders, much like a catapult, except they would actually have to chisel the rocks to a ball shape and then load them into these cannons. But then things started to miniaturize, and you had rifles. You had the muskets and rifles that started getting man-sized, and one guy can fire something. But now you have and then it builds up to artillery, to the point where you start off with the naval cannons, 8-pounders, the British ones, and the mortars, but then they got really big 8-inch cannons, 220 millimeter, and the big Bertha guns, the rail guns from World War II. And I think what you're seeing now is you're going to see larger drones, larger and larger, carrying a larger and larger payload, or even carrying other drones on them. Once they get so big and efficient, because maybe they'll put gas engines on them, maybe they'll put electric engines on them. And electric motors with lighter batteries, because as you increase the batteries, you're reducing the actual payload size. We might have flying cars soon. I know a couple guys have already experimented with the drone, the type of propellers that are used, the electric batteries, and they're able to carry a person a short distance. But how long was it between the Wright brothers and 4-engine bombers in World War I? It's only like
10 years.
10 years, like 10 years. So now looking at 2025 now, looking at 2035. I think we're going to see something. One of the shows I liked watching on TV was BattleBots. Have you ever seen it, Paul?
Yeah, where they go in a ring and the robots beat each other with hammers or saws or things like that.
Yeah, and they're not. There was one guy who had a semi-autonomous one in there, which it was trying to do its own thinking and trying to attack using sensors and everything. But for the most part, they're remote controlled. And right now, what we see out there, what I see out there, is remote controlled drones. All right, they're not very autonomous. If they are autonomous, it's because they've gotten out of reach of the remote control guy, and they're flying back home on a pre-programmed thing, but they're not going to make any deviations to that. Or they have a pre-programmed flight path for long distances, like supposedly St. Petersburg was hit by long-distance drones from Ukraine. So the where was I getting on that? I was getting on that.
The future drones.
So a lot of this technology with this remote control stuff, right, and with the weapons and with the battery technology, the motor technology, is coming out of these robot hot rodders. So it's going to have military application. So this is the reverse. This is where the military is going to take civilian applications and turn them to a military thing. And we've seen that in they're going to take off the well, it's not really off the with hot rodders, all right. So all the modern things that we take for granted in cars, electronic ignition, all right, and fuel injection, right? Fuel injection, electronic ignition. Those weren't developed by the Big Four or by Mercedes or anything. Those are hot rodders in garage. They developed that stuff, and then the Big Four come in and they basically steal the technology. They have the muscle power of the law, and they go in there and they patent something because this other guy didn't patent it. He just had the idea, he built it, he never patented it. He was the original thinker. They said, hey, that's a good idea. And they go, but he didn't patent it. Okay, we'll patent it. Kind of a little like, but not so much, Edison. Edison, not going to disagree. He had some good ideas. He was a thinker, but he was also a businessman. And he knew that he probably had one of the first think tanks out there. And he hired these guys for almost slave wages, smart guys. And then he stole what they invented because he owned them, right? They signed contracts. Anything they make, it's his property. That's one of the things I'm talking about with DARPA and with the military innovations. If we're funding it, you think that they would have some legal clause saying, because you're working for us on our grant, anything you develop, we get a cut of, period. Do you think they have some legal precedence on that?
Sure, they do. In fact, it goes back to prior to World War I. When we were in the Spanish-American War, we used the Craig rifle, which was a smokeless rifle, great innovation, but it wasn't good enough. So they wanted to get a rifle kind of like a Mauser action. So the Americans designed their own 1903 Springfield. But to prevent any problems, we paid a royalty of 5 cents on every one of those that we made to Germany, because Germany was the one that invented the Mauser action. So in fact, we paid, in some respects, our enemy for a rifle that we made, and that was the government itself. So yes, there is precedent for that, and it has happened many times in the past.
So coming back in current events, or maybe a couple weeks ago, the big drones. Oh, drones here, drones there, drones all over. And no one's ever seen these drones before. And is it a problem with us? And no one wants to say anything, which tells me, as a detective and a former military interrogator, when no one wants to say anything, everyone knows something. Except for us, except for the people not in the know,
It's better left unsaid. Yeah.
Put them on a live box. Do you know anything about this? No, I do not. Whoop, 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 whoop. The live box says you do. The live box says you're being deceptive there, General or Mr. FBI agent or Mr. Homeland Security agent. The box says you're being deceptive. Right. And again, with drones now, if you could see them, you could shoot them down in some way. All right. If you could see them on radar, you could shoot them down. You could counteract them. You could jam them. You could do whatever. The idea now is bringing stealth technology into place. How big can we make these things, and yet they can't be seen on radar? Because you got to admit that in New York and New Jersey, it's pretty tight flight paths there. And I'm sure they have plenty of radars out there checking on these aircraft. And to tell me that they can't see, they haven't been able to see or track on radar these drones is either they're lying or they can't be tracked. It's one or the other. It's not in between. So we're looking at that technology coming out also, which is something that I don't think the government wants us to have stealth technology. Imagine a stealth car that they can't radar. You know, everyone be driving even worse than they are driving now.
Right.
You know, as fast as you want. You know, how can they see you? And stealth civilian aircraft or stealth drones. Now, I got a stealth drone out there. I'm spying on my neighbors. I'm spying on sensitive places in the government, sensitive places in the United States. But I think the most dangerous thing is terrorist use of these drones. So you want to have them clearly viewed, you know, be able to see them, be able to counteract them. If it gets to the point where you can't do that, then you're going to increase fear in the people, especially if one of them is used. All right? And that fear creates anxiety. And and the only people that can take care of this are the government that's supposed to protect you. And then, unfortunately, some people get into that position and they say, well, I'm here to protect you, so you'll do what I say. As opposed to, I'll advise you on how to protect yourself.
And you make your own decisions.
You make your own decisions. But unfortunately, it's become, I think, fear is a tool of control. So I want to be informative to people so they don't have, if you have knowledge, it decreases fear. If you, like I said, as a detective, I didn't just try to look for who did it, right? I wanted to know why. Because you could grab a person and have evidence and present it to a jury and say, this is the evidence that I have that this guy did it. But there's always going to be a couple jurors that want to know, why would a human being do that to another human being? Once you give them the reason why they did it, then they're going to convict them. That's it. Then they understand, oh, that's why. Okay, then he's guilty. And if he doesn't have any reason for doing it, just no reason whatsoever, I think they're likely to see him as not innocent, but not proven guilty. Yeah, so what do you think, Paul? You think everyone should own a drone technology where your boss sends the drone to get you, it hooks you up by the shoulders and drives you to work and drops you off?
Yeah, kind of like the Jetsons flying car. I don't know, but I do know drones are fun. A couple of years ago, I actually went to Target and I bought it's kind of like a foam drone. It's a quadcopter, but it's kind of shaped like an F-22. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm really not good at flying remote control stuff, but I had a blast doing that twice. I mean, I've got some great pictures of me flying the thing a couple 100 feet up. It could go, it stops, it hovers. Those things are amazing. And you can see further away by being at higher, but you can also fly over something without committing people to it and get a real good reconnaissance of areas. And I just think that you are right. That is the wave of the future. And if I can do it, pretty much anybody can do it. And you got little kids that are flying them and are doing pretty good at it. So I don't know that, but I've been watching some of these videos out of the Ukraine where the drones are chasing, especially the North Koreans. And it is pitiful when you see what happens to these people. They're just being hunted down by basically an RC plane. And you can see the fear in their eyes. Some of them were taught to stand still. Some of them were using, their rifles to bat them away. And it's just frightening to think that you could be in an area and something, because at 50 meters above you, you really can't hear them. And then there's no way to escape these things, and it's really something.
But the main thing with that is that there's a lot of North Koreans, right? And the drones are good for surveillance. They surveil, and they'll find hard points. They really don't like going after infantry in the open unless they're really tightly massed together, because it's not an efficient use of the weapon. They like to find hardened points like machine gun bunkers, artillery positions, tanks. These drones probably aren't powerful enough to blow up a T-80 completely. But if they could take out a track, then you call in your heavy artillery, and you have an artillery barrage on there, because the artillery barrage is more effective and cheaper in the long run, right? So when you talk about infantry in the open, one drone is going to maybe 2 or 3 guys. But if that drone spots these guys and you have artillery close by, then you call in a fire mission on artillery in the open, and you hit them with some air bursts. Instead of wiping out 1 or 2 or 3 guys, you take out the whole platoon.
Right.
So but unfortunately, in certain positions, they don't have that artillery support. They could get a drone up, but as soon as they unmask their artillery, right, let the artillery know there's always counter battery. So are you going to wait? It's all a balance thing. Are you going to waste your artillery on this infantry? Does it have an effect? Because as soon as you fire that, then the enemy drones you're going to unmask yourself to the enemy drones, because you can't fire the cannon without being seen. And is that location going to be spotted and then counter batteried by your enemy? Yeah, as the drones get smaller, though, it's a matter of controlling them. All right. One guy, I mean, how many cars can you drive at once? How many remote control planes can you fly at once? How many characters can you control on a video game at once? So it becomes one. And the thing is, if I could control one and have 20 around that one, and then have that one semi-autonomously saying, hey, there's a target in the area, and sends a mini drone down on it, and that one targets it on the mini drone targets on that target. It just gets, but I'm sure that this, in this case, that's a purely military need. Drone swarms. Maybe a police need for something, for surveillance and everything, but that's a purely military need. So I don't see the civilian companies solving that problem for us. Right? Even going back to that BattleBots, the one thing, they have 2 guys. They usually have 2 guys. One guy controlling the movement of the drone, and the other guy controlling the weaponry of the drone, of the BattleBot. And sometimes they even have a third person controlling a third mini drone or mini bot. It's about control there. And again, how are the control? They're not autonomous yet. They don't have the AI. And would you want an autonomous drone out there? How's it going to know the difference between friend or foe?
I think somebody once said to have a war where there's no human interaction, where these things that just do it based on a ratio or computer balance, that's something that nobody wants. No. So I don't know. I mean, you're right that is kind of frightening. But they did do an episode of Star Trek about that with the Frank Gorshin episode. So where computers decided what battles were going on, and they killed people based on a computer program. And, I hope we never get to that.
The humorous thing is in Futurama with the space admiral, I don't know, and he was real famous because he defeated the Killbot invasion. And he said, well, I just figured out that the killbots had a kill limit. Each killbot can only kill so many people. So I just kept throwing waves and waves at people till each killbot reached its limit. And then when the last killbot reached its limit, we won. Did you really win? Oh, something Brannigan. Anyways. Yeah, so I don't see, unless the government is funding these tech giants, and let's face it, Raytheon is pretty much funded strictly through the government. Without the government, they have very little civilian applications. You know, what did Eisenhower warn us against the military-industrial complex?
Yeah.
I think Raytheon's one of those. And, of course, they're absolutely working on drone swarms and stuff like that. But through our funding, you know, this is not one where I can't see a civilian application for drone swarms. Like people want, maybe you have a niche market where one or two hyper-rich people says, I just want to have 1,000 drones swarming over the city so I know what everyone is doing at all times. It doesn't make my life any better. Duct tape makes my life better. Trench coats make my life better. Crazy glue makes my life better. Silly putty makes my life better. EpiPens. Oh, yeah. What did they call it? It was
to counteract nerve agents when they were working on them.
2-plam chloride and the what is the other? There were 2 pens that you would hit yourself with. One, if you got hit with the nerve agent there. One was basically gave you a heart attack. It sent your pulse up like 300. And the other one was would bring your pulse back down. So your body would just go into a high state of high metabolism and would burn off the poison. And then the other one would bring it down. So you get the mask in and everything. Ephedrine. It was like massive doses of ephedrine. And then the 2-pam chloride would bring it down. So these pens, you just put them on yourself and they would automatically inject, and with force. They would boom and go right in and automatically inject. So you basically needed no strength. It was a hair trigger, boom, that needle went in, one-time use thing. But it would save you. So yeah, now people get the bee sting or they got the really terrible thing and their lungs will turn up. All right, so we're getting ready for our first show, to finish our first show of 2025. We're going to be back next week. And hey, if you like the show and you want to sponsor us, give me a call, give me a contact. Hit our webpage, cgr.psylink.net. So that's cgr.psylink.net. And you can find the Chief Guard of the Republic, contact information for our email there. You could also call us in on our voice here when we're on the air at 847-931-1410 and text 505-926-1410.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Zach Brannigan. That's right.
Yeah. I was trying to make you sound smart. I didn't want to tell you on the air.
No one can make me sound smart.
Thanks, guys.
Guaranteed that miracle.
Bye-bye.
All right, Jeff Michaels show's coming up next. Enjoy your Saturday. Keep it here on WRMN.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at psylink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo. November Echo Tango. Join your co-host